Guys, it's Endymion, and today I want to speak about the modern hijacking of intellectual properties by people who hate themselves. So let's talk about the new series Velma and how it, along with others like it, prove that Hollywood doesn't care about these properties but uses them to push messages onto the viewer, and why they ultimately do in the end hate and see you as beneath them. In case you've been avoiding it or have a life, Velma recently released on HBO Max. It's a show about the Scooby-Doo gang in their high school years before they become Mystery Incorporated. It's also one of the most damning and lazy reimaginings I've seen in years. I mean, it's the epitome of the tagline being remade for a modern audience as you can get. But why do people hate it so much? Well, it all kind of falls on the shoulders of one person, that being Mindy Kaling. She's the executive producer of Velma and also voices the character as well. Mindy is also notorious for self-inserting herself in almost every project that she works on. And when she's not on screen, most of the projects that she does, she ends up modeling the main character after herself, which almost always leads to the same character archetype in pretty much every show that she does. That being a South Asian woman lead character who is self-loathing, vengeful, and usually has a morality complex. Velma is very much in line with all of this. I mean, Velma isn't even brown originally. But here, Mindy Kaling decided yet again that the only way she can write a character is for the character to look and literally sound just like her. Not only is it lazy and downright self-absorbed, but it's oftentimes just annoying and overdone. Velma was apparently not even supposed to be based on the characters of Scooby-Doo. The show was originally its own thing, but the studio clearly didn't see anything special or interesting about it. So the only way to salvage the average writing and premise was to do what every modern Hollywood producer does. Find an established intellectual property people actually care about, and then mold it to fit their show. We've seen this
Oh, you
plenty
mean
of
steal
times
IP
before with
credit?
examples like The Witcher at Netflix, where Henry Cavill left because the showrunner Lauren Hissrich deviated too far from the books. Even an ex-writer of The Witcher said that the writing staff openly hated and mocked the source material. Yet even though they disliked it, it still led to these writers not only deviating, but they ruined it even further with their awful lore retconning prequel series, Witcher Blood Origin. And the showrunner Declan de Vera even said that he made Blood Origin to rival the original works of The Witcher, which is hilarious because everyone and their dog hated that show. The point is that these Hollywood executives clearly do not care about the IPs that they ruin. All of this modern audience nonsense only exists to push their politics and messages upon the viewer. And when people resist and then these shows bomb, the executives act like they can't believe it didn't work out.
What's going on? Why don't they like it? We spent $250 million on this.
I mean, in Velma alone, not only is she now a brown girl, but she's also bisexual because of course she is. And Daphne, who's a white redhead bombshell originally, is now an Asian woman because diversity reasons. Not only that, but Daphne is also raised by two mothers because it wasn't enough to just make her a different ethnicity. But the producers needed you to know that this strong female character was also raised with no father figure. By the way, this whole Daphne reimagining is simply done to push a message, and if you can't see the message, it's that you don't need a father to be a strong woman. Which is, but it gets worse. Next we have Shaggy, who isn't called that, but is instead named Norval, and as many recall, Shaggy is kind of the stoner of the group, although he's never really shown doing drugs, which is why it's funny. Why is Shaggy so empty-headed and unworried about everything? Is he high all the time, or is he just really dumb? That's a fun joke you can play with for a long time in many
Maybe both.
ways. But here, Shaggy, Norval, is a student reporter who makes it very clear how much he hates drugs.
Just a lot of t-shirts with puns about wine.
Exactly. I think it has something to do with drugs, which I hate.
Which kind of makes Norville nothing like Shaggy and shows that he's just another modern audience reimagining that is less fun than what's come before. And not having Scooby to play off of makes Norville just kind of boring. Finally, we have the only person who is still close to their original version, and that's Fred. Now, this is where I'm going to get a little conspiracy theorist, but it's really weird the more you dive into it. See, Fred in the original cartoons was always confident, strong, and the leader. But here, he's constantly shown as weak and the butt of every joke. Velma will constantly attack Fred, saying that his downstairs is small, that he didn't develop fully, and that he's an idiot who can't do anything for himself. There's even a scene where Velma just openly attacks Fred in the most vile way. Here, watch, and remember that this is what they consider comedy these days.
Fred Jones did not kill those two girls. His whole life, Fred has never had to lift a finger to do anything. He's been so pampered, his body hasn't even felt the need to fully mature. I mean, Fred literally can't feed himself.
That's not true. No, you just cut the food and put it on the what's the dumb thing called? A dingle hopper.
Great. Show us.
Cuddies. Mother, Cuddies.
Oh my god, he is just like a little boy. Exactly.
Was that funny? Why aren't you laughing at what's considered comedy these days? The ironic part, however, is that Velma also has a crush on Fred, and this fascination with degrading and attacking white male characters in a Mindy Kaling show seems to always be present. What's weird is that Mindy Kaling, who like I said often self-inserts herself, will also make her brown girl main characters fall for handsome white men, even though all she does is make fun of and degrade them. I mean, even in real life, Mindy Kaling has 2 kids with a mystery father, although many people believe it could be BJ Novak since they're always seen together. But this just further shows the self-hatred and loathsomeness of these Hollywood and political types. They'll attack and degrade white men in particular at any chance they get, yet they all seem to marry or date exclusively only white men. It's incredibly bizarre to me that your inner self-hatred can manifest in such a weirdly coincidental and creepy way, but that's Hollywood for you, I guess. The sad reality is that shows like Velma wouldn't have nearly the level of attention on them if it was its own series that had no ties to any other franchises, and these producers know it. And it's bizarre how Velma is written to think she's super clever, and the show's attempts at comedy are kind of like what an alien thinks humans would find funny.
You know what 420 is, right?
Yeah, it's code for adults who still watch cartoons.
It actually is funny,
Funny.
and I'm just going crazy. The annoying part is that we're currently in a golden age of god-awful adaptations of beloved franchises right now. You can't seem to look in any direction without seeing some horrible reimagining of something once beloved. Rings of Power, like Velma, is another example of Hollywood and its activist producers hijacking an IP in order to...
I don't remember which,
Rings of Power was a billion-dollar blunder by Amazon that completely reimagined...
I don't remember which things I already did.
Immense amount of visual representation and a vast accessibility for every single person in the world.
I'm level 16, so I just clear runes, right?
This was only done because the showrunners wanted that show to be led by a strong female character, and so they chose Galadriel, who never fought in any of the wars that take place during Rings of Power time period. But none of this matters to the producers because they will move heaven and earth in order to ensure they have a woman in the lead role, even if it makes absolutely no sense lore-wise. On the other hand, we have a faithful adaptation in the form of House of the Dragon, which I recently watched and found it immensely enjoyable, which surprised even me. Dragon, unlike Rings or Velma, actually cares about the source material, and while it too of course will change things, it never once talks down to the viewer, unlike every other show. And the respectfulness of the books not only made House of the Dragon a great show, but it absolutely devoured Rings of Power in terms of viewership and awards as well. Dragon even went on to win the Golden Globe for Best Drama, which surprised even the series creator George R.R. Martin. If anything, House of the Dragon is what Hollywood producers should be striving for, because when you actually care about what you're making and don't hate it like
Okay,
Witcher
so
or
I
Velma,
just...
you get showered in
I
praise.
wasn't even in
What's
Ruins yet.
hilarious is that Rings of Power actually got
Yep.
0 nominations at the Golden Globes, to the surprise of nobody. Rings is the poster child for what happens when you disrespect the source material and you end up making a product for nobody. And yet when we look back, it's the faithful...
Oh, of course it
adaptations that
wasn't.
always do the best. The Harry Potter series, for example, made...
Yeah, of course, I just cleaned... I'm such an idiot. I was talking... Nah. I was talking out of my ass. Of course I wasn't in Ruins. I have not unlocked it. I meant... I don't know what I meant. Like, I thought, yeah, I have to clear Ruins and open the door to the end boss. I thought about it like that. Fuck. But yeah, I did not clear anything. I have to do all 3 of them again.
Like, he should be so happy to have such talented people being willing to use his story to springboard their messages into.
Learn about woman dwarves that we didn't know through your portrayal. Well, we learned that they exist. This is necessary. This is a revolutionary moment within our time, and to be the poster child of accessibility for people of color, for women.
This is the first time that we see a woman, and the first time that we see a black woman in this area, in this world, in these works of Tolkien. You know?
I'm the first black dwarf in history. No, you're not. Shut the fuck up.
He makes it very clear that he's the fortunate one to be able to tell Tolkien's story.
Some kind of mechanism, in a sense, so that you could make sure that you were true to Tolkien. Well, we didn't want to put any of our own, certainly in terms of the material, we didn't want to put any of our own baggage. I mean, we had no interest in putting our messages into this movie, but we thought that we should honor Tolkien by putting his messages into it. And we thought he cared about things. The countryside and the rise of evil, and he cared passionately about certain issues. And we thought what we should do to honor him is to make sure that what he cared about ends up in the movie. That's what we tried to do.
All of this just proves that the creators of today simply do not care about the properties they're working on. Whether it's Scooby-Doo, Lord of the Rings, or whatever else, these shows don't exist for fans. They only exist as political breeding grounds to be mutated to fit agendas. Velma is not Scooby-Doo. I mean, Scooby-Doo isn't even in it. It's just a typical woke propaganda show wearing the skin suit of Scooby-Doo in order to Trojan horse itself into the brains of viewers. Not to mention that Velma takes place in high school, yet the series goes out of its way to sexualize these barely legal characters. What puzzles me the most is that while so many of these shows just keep failing, they just keep coming out. They're like pimples that refuse to leave. For every one you remove, 3 more appear in their place. This bastardization of beloved stories we all love is never going to end until people just stop watching it. And unfortunately, Velma apparently had the biggest debut for an animated series on HBO Max, likely because people wanted to see how bad it was. Things like this continue to exist, and I'm dreading the day Hollywood finally decides to remake classics like Back to the Future. Oh boy, I can't wait for Marty McFly to be remade as Sally McFly, and Doc to be a black gender-fluid non-binary communist who wants to smash the patriarchy and white male privilege. Also, Doc is now lesbian because ESG reasons. Oh my god, I can see it now. In the remake, Sally McFly will go back in time to save Martin Luther King or something. And they'll completely change the point of the movie, and it'll exist just so the producers can pat themselves on the back and say how proud and diverse they are. Ugh. And these Hollywood types clearly don't see an issue, since Rings of Power's producers saw all the negative reactions and decided it wasn't the writing or the producers' faults that it's.
No, it was the toxic fan base.
Doubled down by not fixing the writing, but smokescreened the criticism by announcing that season 2 will have all female directors. What does the gender of the directors have to do with the quality of the show? Stop questioning it, you bigots, and accept the sludge entering your mouth.
Don't ask questions. Just consume product and then get excited for next product.
You can't criticize it now because if you do, it's because you hate women. Do you hate Rings of Power or
Next product.
You can't criticize it except the sludge entering your mouth.
Don't ask
Red
questions.
Letter Media.
Just consume product and then get excited for next product.
You can't criticize it now because if you do, it's because you hate women. Do you hate Rings of Power?
That's
or
Jay,
Velvet?
right?
Well,
His
it's not
name.
because they suck
I think his
and
name's
have
Jay.
semblance of originality.
I'm not
It's
good
only
with names.
because you're anti-woman. This
I've been watching their
self-realization
stuff for
everything is even leading to small but vocal groups even wanting
8 years now, I think.
Bond of all things to be recast as a female.
And I still don't really know all their names.
And all white men are evil because their college
Like
professors
Rich and Mike.
said so.
Yeah, it has to be Jay. Rich, Mike, and Jay.
All entertainment. Did
And
you know
I've
that
no clue about the others.
made alternate version of Spider-Man?
Except Macaulay Culkin. But he's not there anymore.
This new version is called Sun Spider.
I can't believe that has been like 2 to 3 years already since he was there. I don't know when he was there the last time. The first time was like 3 years ago.
I honestly wish I was clever enough in this moment to make something as hilarious as this, but you simply cannot make this up. She's swinging around New York with her legs that don't work. Wouldn't the momentum of her legs cause her body to shift and make her like fly into walls? And the added touch of having not only a short haircut but a rainbow colored dress is just the icing on the cake. Because nothing matters over identity for these people. I can't believe I'm living in a time where a paraplegic spider thing
Oh god.
swinging through the city using their crutches as web shooters. I'm not even mad about this one, to be honest. It's honestly impressive.
Impressively stupid and fun.
During this Also, Sun Spider's real name is Charlotte Weber because remember Charlotte's Web, the book you read as a kid in school? Oh my god, I hate it here. These Hollywood types won't stop until every property we love is ruined. Velma is just the latest in the crusade against the audience, and it most certainly won't be the last. I'm sure HBO and other places are looking at anything and everything they own and trying to find ways to modernize it. Can't wait till they ruin properties like Gargoyles or introduce a gender transformer. Oh wait, that's actually happening. That's right, a transformer is going to identify as trans in the newest movie. A literal robot who transforms into a motorcycle apparently will say in the newest movie that it was forged male but identifies as female. You
God.
just can't make this stuff up, my friends. Listen, Hollywood definitely hates every one of us and only sees the audience as nothing more than delirious sheep to be catered to. We are all nothing but minds that must accept the woke agenda in order to join the cult. But if you're anything like me, you know BS when you see it and you'll continue to resist this garbage and call it out for what it is. And in the words of Tolkien himself, evil cannot create anything new, they can only corrupt and ruin what good forces have invented or made. And with that, dear viewer, I hope this video has shown you that at its core, the people ruining these franchises simply will never care about the things we love. And in the
Hey everybody, how's it? Good morning. This is Jeeps here, your old composer here at the World Music Reaction and Review channel. And I did not have any intentions on doing anything this morning for the channel, but I got up this morning, friends, we all were gonna go, early session, let's go surf. Yeah, it was flat. It's supposed to pick up later, so came back here and I'm chilling out. And as I was going through my list, very long list that I'm getting on this channel. And something very interesting came up for me that kind of went, bing, I remember Donkey Kong Now, I remember Donkey Kong as ladders and barrels and stuff, but that's because I played
The
it back in
arcade
the
game.
1900s. This one's called Donkey Kong Country.
Yeah, this one also came out in the 90s, you ass!
And so I decided to look
You
up
moron!
a bit of homework before I did this, and come to find out that the composer is by the name of David Weiss. And
But yes, Donkey Kong Country music.
what I'm reading here,
Whoever does not like the underwater Donkey Kong music
1993.
is
But,
just a monster.
Mr. David Weiss has been a composer for a very long time, and from what I gather, this particular song or track is revered as one of his best or better pieces of.
Is it the underwater?
It's actually been
Yeah,
remade
aquatic
a few
ambience.
times by instrumentalists and stuff. So that's always an honor. You know, when you do something and other people come around and they do their own interpretation of it, that means that that composer made a wonderful impact on them creatively. As I'm sure if you played this, it has for you, because that's why it was suggested to me so many times. Sometimes I get a group of people from a particular game that'll come and bomb me on my comments, which is fine. I'm all down for the journey. So let's get ready to do this. Thank you so much in advance for those of you who have been buying me a cup of coffee. Some of you dropped by Patreon. Thank you. Where was I going? Oh, and also the links for the headset and all that. And also I just opened up Twitch so that you guys can teach me how to play video games. And in return, I'll do live streaming reactions, so the Twitch link will be down below as well. All right, that was a very long intro, but I got time. The surf isn't picking up for another 4 or 5 hours. Let's do this. This is Donkey Kong Country. The name of this particular track is Aquatic Ambience. All right.
Oh, it's so good. What? One? The fuck? Okay, it appears as if the woman robot hunter ranger actually does have a very high defense.
Okay, I gotta stop at some point. I'll try to make this short. I love these sounds. Now, I did read in that same article that this had to do with the fact that at the time they were using some kind of custom sound card-ish or sound process still in the games at this point, whether it was a conscious decision to
Super Nintendo had its own sound processor, yes.
From older Donkey Kong music all the way through, or this is where game technology was at the time. I don't know. You guys can tell me that. But I love that some of these sounds to me seem like a retranslation of early synthesizers like the DX7 or the Juno 106. For a lot of people, I know that's not something that you would know unless you're a composer. But the choices of the sounds are so retro, but so cool in the way it was composed as well. So at the very beginning, you had what was setting up this ambiance kind of vibe. Ambiance, a lot of times, has to do more with the tailing off of what we call pads. Those those things, they sound like strings, but they're synthesizer stringy pad sounds. And when you let go is how they would pad off. A lot of times you can get ambience from digital delays and reverbs, which are being used here. And at the very beginning, there was that little pattern that was being played that actually had a little bit of, at least in stereo. I don't know what it was played through back in the game days, but listening to it now
Also stereo.
has this swimminess to it. So everything has exactly what this is supposed to be, is a swimminess
Well,
to it.
technically you could play it in mono.
Stuff, you'll see me
You were supposed to play it in stereo, yes.
For me, I was like, oh my gosh, that's the classic harp sound. That. And then what's holding the melody here reminds me of like a very old school, it would be called like a harmonica patch. Now, what it was called when he was writing it, I don't know. But the two other things that are happening there is that even though now we've gone into more of a slightly percussive aspect of it, you have these little sequence, which kind of reminds me of like what you might see as bubbles in the water going up, kind of a vibe. So when it comes to making this come to life, I'm assuming, I'm looking at a video hold card of him riding like a swordfish, Donkey Kong.
Yep.
So I'm assuming that there's some really great graphics that go along with it. Married with this kind of music, no matter what kind of music that you quote unquote like, or you know, if you're a heavy metal or if you're classical, if you're enjoying playing the game, this is one of those tracks that gets embedded inside here and loops constantly. And it's so well written. Let's continue.
How am I still at 0 material? How? I still have not found a single material on this character. And I'm massively confused or, like, why? How? I find materials constantly on my Skylight, Hunter. And I do know you can't get materials forever. There's a breaking point. Well, there is a limit.
Oh, I guess maybe this fades out. Maybe
which is actually one of the reasons why you should not randomly feed them to your character.
Switching off of the melody. So you had the harmonica sound that was holding the main part of it, but when it kind of flipped into another part of the melody, maybe like a B section, I would say, he changes the instrument to more of, dare I say, fluty-like or reed-like kind of sound. One of the other things, or a couple of other things I want to bring up before I dig out, is what was magical about this for me too is the intervals. And if you're not a musician, the word intervals, I think we all understand, but if you're not a musician, the intervals between the notes, which is, you can see, if you see my keyboard, you could do a chord, and within this chord you have all these keys that you can play in between it to make it sound full and rich. But he used particular intervals that kept it nice and wide open, maybe just 3 notes in those chord changes he was playing in that synth pattern, so that these intricate little melodies could.
I'm still a little bit miffed because
that was a choice that he made as a default setting because of
I deleted my sniper,
sound card could produce,
which was not a good idea. I need that. I kind of need that thing now for ruins.
But by virtue of leaving those chord changes wide open, the swimminess of the melodies, no pun to the name of the track, were able to really come through. And something else that was really super cool is that the use of the tambourine, you know, the thin tambourine sound like an old TR-808 or something of that nature. This is just nostalgia for me, you know, it's a big nostalgia vibe that I got from this. Also the kick, the kick wasn't really a kick as much as placed in the mix as like a kick, but it was part of the percussive arrangement where you heard kick, and then he had a delay off of it. So he did these really intricate little things to add moments of, you know, to maybe break a little bit of the monotony, whether it was like a of that harp, or every now and then there was a little answer back to a melody with a sub melody of some other higher percussive sound. So I think that's the magic that I'm learning about what these composers have to keep in mind in when they do this, is that if you are on a level for X amount of hours or whatever the case is to also try to write something that doesn't become monotonous, you know, and that's a scary thing for me. If I was like, really, listen to my stuff 5 times in a row, it's monotonous to me. But anyhow, this was a great nostalgic drop for me in the sense of all the sounds I was listening to. Brought me back in the 70s in my old studio with my dad and having all these little toys like the DX7 and the 106. And anyhow, listen, unexpected drop here for you. Thank you for hanging out. Cup of coffee. Check out the link for Twitch. I'm going to start sometime next week. That's going to be really fun. That'll be down below. I haven't put anything yet, so when you see it and it's empty, that's because I haven't done anything yet. And that's it. So listen, you guys have a wonderful weekend. I have a huge list of tracks that I'm going to be doing, and I think it'll last me for at least a couple years. You guys take care. Have a killer day. See ya.
Ahoy hoy, I'm Planet Walk, and before we go any further, I do need to warn you that facepalm protection will be required for this one. So today we are looking at a flat earther that thinks that he's managed to prove that the famous Earthrise photo taken by Apollo 8 is fake. Now, I do not know who this flat earther is, so if anybody does know, please let me know in the comments, because this is absolute gold. The reason I found out about this was because someone tagged me on Twitter, and I thought that would be a great video to cover. So here we are. So if there is a video that you want me to cover, feel free to tag me on Twitter, message me on Discord. Sometimes it gets very difficult to work out, okay, what am I going to make a video on this week? Anyway, with that out of the way, let's see what we've got in store for us.
Good morning, folks. I was just watching a video here.
So the video that he's watching there is a 5-year-old Flat Earth video, which I think says something about Flat Earth if that's the videos that they're watching. It's gotten to the point where they don't actually say anything new, they just find stupider ways to say the same stuff.
Everybody's obviously seen this picture. We all know that it's fake.
No, we don't know that it's fake. People like yourself assert that it's fake without any good evidence.
But I just wanted to point out a few things too. I don't know if other people have noticed them. Why is the bottom half of the earth in darkness and the top half in light? I thought the sun went from the east to the west, not from the south to the north, okay?
Did he really just say that? Okay, let me try to explain something that should be easy to grasp. Up in a photo doesn't mean north. Now if we look at this photo in higher resolution than you just recording it off your screen, then to the left here, we see something that it's hard to make out what it is, but it does very much look like Australia. Except going by this, Australia isn't in the orientation that it is usually depicted in on maps. It looks like it has been rotated. And this means that up in this photo is not north. It means that right is north. Your right, not my right. You know, if he were watching this right now, it might be very surprising for him to learn that I'm not worried about falling up because this video has been turned upside down.
That's wrong. And if you're facing the earth and the earth is lit up from the sun that is behind the moon, why is this part of the sun, of the moon, lit up? This should be dark because this is in the shadow of the sun that is behind it, okay?
What is that argument even meant to be? Like, that part of the moon is clearly in sun, and why wouldn't it be? Because going by what we can see of the Earth, the sun is a little bit behind the camera, but it's mostly above the camera, meaning that A lot of what we see is going to be illuminated by the sun. I cannot see what his argument is supposed to be because it's so stupid that I would have to permanently decrease my intelligence in order to understand it.
And this darkness is supposed to go up this way? Or, like, I don't get it. It's supposed to go from the east to the west. Because that's the way we see it every day in our own reality.
Now, I don't agree with his argument, but before we address that, the funny thing is that in that photo, the shadow is literally going from the east to the west. If he just looked at the photo properly, then he would see that what he's saying we should expect to see, we actually do see. But to address his actual argument there, I hope he realizes that in addition to sunset, you also have sunrise. So if you took a photo from the other side of the earth, then you would see the shadow go from west to east instead of east to west, because sunrise exists.
Just something to think about, and of course this guy in the video is pointing out that it's not clear, because it's the same distance whether you're looking from here to here or from here to here. So why, when we take our P900s, we can zoom in on craters, and we could probably make sand tracks in the moon with our P, make urine tracks here and take a photo of it, but yet we can't even see what kind of cloud patterns they got here.
Oh, my brain hurts.
Why are they so obsessed with P? That was the weirdest time to bring it up, but in either case, he's wrong about everything. Firstly, you cannot see tracks on the moon using a P1000 because the moon is actually really big, and the craters on the moon are actually really big as well. And secondly, Apollo 8 did not use a P1000, nor is it zooming up on the Earth for that matter. I swear that flat earthers don't understand the fact that photos are taken the way that they are taken, and you can't get any more resolution once it's taken.
So yeah, just some more on. Of course, there's no satellites and no stars, and you know, the rambling, the usual stuff.
I mean, he's not wrong about ramblings, you know, broken clocks and all that. But yes, you wouldn't expect to see stars because the exposure time is too short to actually be able to see them. And satellites would be too small to see, even with a P1000 on max zoom.
Actually, this looks kind of flat to me. This looks like a flat table. From here to here it's flat, from there to there it's flat. Interesting. Alrighty, thanks a lot, guys.
Ah yes, because when they were faking stuff back in 1968, they didn't actually have the ability to make anything round. You know, soccer wasn't invented until 1970. That's the big lie that they try to push because they didn't invent balls until 1969. But in all seriousness, the moon is really big, much like the Earth, so you can get flat-ish looking horizons. But yeah, this is possibly the worst argument that a flat earther has ever made. I'm not sure how they managed to fit that much stupid into 2 minutes. Watching that video kind of makes me question all my life decisions.
This is Sophia. She's from a kid's cartoon called Caleb and Sophia, created by Jehovah's Witnesses. It is pure, unadulterated propaganda for children to try to drag kids into their religion. Now, they've released, I think this is number 47 at this point, and they count them as just nice little life lessons for kids that anybody can appreciate inside or outside the religion. When they knock on your door, if you have a kid with you, they will send their kid to the corner of the room while the adults talk to watch Caleb and Sophia. So what's this show all about, I hear you ask? This latest installment of the series, number 47, is titled, Who Should Be My Friend? And as I'm sure you could guess, the answer is only other Jehovah's Witnesses. Only ever other Jehovah's Witnesses. They are an incredibly insular community who absolutely refuse to accept the idea that children can have friends as outsiders. And I have a few examples of what I'm talking about that I want to go through as we talk about this cartoon. I usually hesitate to cover these live. I'm doing this live at the moment because, you know, I just saw that it popped up and I wanted to watch it. The reason I hesitate to cover this live is because this is pure unadulterated propaganda. Every moral dilemma you find them in, everything from beginning to end is very specifically and intentionally planned out by the Jehovah's Witness leadership to send a very specific message. Now with Caleb and Sophia, they have a subtle message and an overarching message. You really have to cross-reference every episode and look at the hidden meaning behind what they're trying to communicate to their members, and that's really hard to do when you're watching it live, but I'll give it a shot.
You got this, come on.
Go, go. Yeah.
Bro, that was good.
So she sees other kids hanging out and wants to hang out too.
This sounds like the opening of Digimon World 1.
Sitting here reading a Jehovah's
PlayStation.
And she's feeling kind of down about it because she wants to take part in
On the PlayStation 1.
shenaniganery that all the other kids are doing.
Oh, this is awesome.
Oh, that's weird. Why is there an empty bus?
Why not?
The point is that she's feeling isolated from society. I grew up Jehovah's Witness. I most definitely felt isolated from society, without a doubt. Matter of fact, I ended up leaving school, like leaving middle school and going into homeschooling. I was so isolated from society at one point that I was watching live news coverage to have some connection with the outside world. It's really, really bad to be isolated to this degree. And that is what they're directly encouraging in kids and in parents with this cartoon. Who should be my friend?
And he called them his friends.
They're at a Kingdom Hall now for the non-Jehovah's Witnesses. They're holding their church service. There are no children's programs at the Kingdom Halls, by the by. The kids have to sit there and listen to these long-winded, protracted, drawn-out, boring talks, just like everybody else.
We see throughout the gospel accounts that those who chose to befriend Jesus gained the best friend possible.
The point is, don't have friends in school. Have friends at the Kingdom Hall. That was the message that was given to me when I was little too. Unfortunately, there weren't really kids in my Kingdom Hall. There were a couple. They didn't really like me. We didn't get along very well. They had their own thing going on. Namely, their parents were more okay with them having outside friends than my parents were with me having outside friends. So I was left to sit there alone with no friends at all while they hung out with outsiders. That's really the bottom line. Also, my parents weren't viewed as the most spiritual people in the congregation. But the point is, have friends with people inside the religion, not outside the religion. Doesn't matter if you can't find friends inside. You still can't have friends on the outside.
Hey there. Oh, hey. Oh, you like to draw? I like your notes. Really cool. Huh?
It looks like she's kind of like an adult almost, right? She looks like she's, what, 14 or something? And Sophia is supposed to be how old? 9, 10 maybe? Hell, maybe 8. I don't know how old they're supposed to be, but very obviously a distinct age difference. The point is, it doesn't matter if there's an age difference. Find a way to get along with these people. You cannot have outsiders as friends.
really cool.
Mom taught me. Pictures help me remember.
Me too. So, looks like we have a talk together.
Yeah.
I'll get in touch to practice soon.
Media.
Well, I gotta go. See you later, Sophia.
Wow, I feel like that character was really stiff. Like, not to criticize the animation. Honestly, the animation is phenomenally good, but yeah, I don't know. It's just a really stiff character that doesn't move fluidly. Kind of odd. Anyways, Jehovah's Witnesses, for a little context here, they have a talk together. Women are not permitted to teach.
This is by far the worst version of it.
Educational anything at all in Jehovah's Witnesses communities. When I was little, though, there was one role a woman could play in the congregation, and that was giving demonstration.
Ja, Dreamcast.
I don't know if it's changed since I...
Dolphin hat noch keine Achievements.
But they would basically have these demonstrations of how you interact with people at the door. Like when you're knocking on doors.
Es kann noch ein paar Jahre dauern, bis Dolphin irgendwann mal Achievements hat.
Thing or that thing or whatever else. They'd have a couple of women up there doing the demonstrations. That was the only thing they were allowed to do. And I'm assuming they still do it since these two girls have a talk together, quote unquote.
Hey, bro. Hey, good to see you.
Dreamcast-Version fühlt sich halt einfach so unglaublich halbfertig an. Weißt du, die Androiden, die haben noch nicht mal Live-Rec. Und diese Elfen haben auch keinen Mana-Rec. Oh, und ich habe keine Minen. Also diese Fallen habe ich auch nicht. Ich meine, der Live-Rec bei den Androiden ist zwar scheiße, weil der nur funktioniert, wenn man nichts macht. Also im Grunde immer nur, wenn du am Mac füttern bist. Wenn du dabei stehen bleibst. Was man normalerweise auch nicht macht. Aber, ja. Wenigstens hat man ein volles Leben, wenn du gerade irgendwie zum Kacken AFK gehst.
Not only are these kids enjoying each other's company, not only are they having fun, but there's even more to this. They're getting stuff. They're enjoying themselves immensely. And Sophia is left out of it. She's not allowed to take part.
Aber was ich zum Beispiel gemerkt habe, viele von den Special Weapons, hast du dich auch, also ich bin ja immer davon ausgegangen, die haben so Special Weapons gemacht für niedrige Level und so. Ja, einfach weil halt. Aber ich habe gemerkt, nachdem ich hier gesehen habe, es gibt einen ganz bestimmten Grund, warum es so manche Special Weapons gibt, die einfach nur schlechter als andere sind. Weil in dem Game hier, viele von den Special Weapons sind einfach nur grüne Saber oder halt rote, wie auch immer Saber, oder halt eben wie auch immer die Waffenart heißt, mit einem Namen. Also es sind verschiedene Farben, aber halt mit einem Namen dann draufgepackt. Es gibt zum Beispiel noch nicht mal rote Items, deswegen musst du hier auch immer alles angucken, ob das ein Special Item ist oder nicht. Also die Gamecube-Version und halt auch dann Blueburst, also PC-Version oder die Xbox-Version sind sehr, 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 sehr viel geiler. Wie gesagt, die Dreamcast-Version fühlt sich halt wie eine Beta an. Ist jetzt zum Beispiel Colored Bulk. Das Ding habe ich halt hier gefarmt. Oder ist eine der Special Weapons, die ich habe. Und das ist halt einfach ein roter Saber. Oder, nee, lila. Lila. Mit Gamecube ist es so ein breites, rotes Schwert, das sieht schon fast aus wie ein Zweihandschwert. Oder ja, zum Beispiel Dragon Slayer ist auch einfach nur ein normales Sword, also so ein Zweihandschwert. Und es gibt halt auch kaum Waffen. Es gibt nur eine, die werden halt noch nicht mal, wenn du sie aufhebst, die heißen nicht mal Special Weapon. Das sind einfach Dinge, die mit sind einfach Items, die droppen. Und du musst sie nicht mal von diesem Tagger identifizieren lassen. Es gibt Special Weapons, die tatsächlich auch als Special Weapons droppen. Aber das sind, glaube ich, nur Sachen, die keine normalen Waffen sind. Also so wie es Agito oder so. Also die im Grunde nicht ein Copy-Paste von anderen Waffen sind. Die einzige Waffe, die ich bis jetzt gefunden habe, war die Photon Claw. Also die grüne Clown-Waffe. Das war die einzige Waffe, die ich bis jetzt gefunden habe, die als Special Weapon gedroppt ist und die ich identifizieren musste. Oh, und die Dropraten, die sind complete out of control. Wenn ich auf meinen Hunter jetzt loggen würde, also der ist Level 50, aber ich habe gerade keinen Bock auf den. Und ich laufe da einmal durch Ruins durch. Wenn ich da nicht mindestens 10 Special Weapons, also 5 bis 10 Special Weapons finde, dann stimmt irgendwas nicht.
Dude, you honestly don't even have any idea how common it is for schools to do like field trips and then base assignments off of like those field trips or whatever. Kind of like this.
Und das ist krass, ey, an wie viele Sachen ich mich hier erinnert habe, ey. Und ich habe definitiv auch mit der Sache recht gehabt. Also in dem Game hier musst du einmal bis Ruins durchlaufen und kannst dich doch bestimmt dran erinnern, wenn du bis Ruins durchgelaufen bist und du bist so, fuck, die Tür ist nicht offen. Du hast die Keys nicht, du hast diese Pillar nicht angedrückt. Ja, weil du irgendwas vergessen hast. Und ich war so, also hier ist mir das auch passiert, ich so, oh, jetzt fällt mir wieder ein, für was diese blöden Pillar da waren. Aber in der gleichen Sekunde ist in meinem Gehirn auch so, oh mein Gott. Also ich kann mich dran erinnern, ich konnte diese scheiß Pillar nicht drücken. Ich war mir zu 99% sicher, in der Gamecube-Version ist dir das immer nur passiert, wenn du zu blöd im Kopf warst, diesen blöden Pillar anzudrücken. Aber hier ist das so, hier kannst du die nicht mal andrücken. Du musst zu dieser scheiß Tür hinlaufen, musst dich von der Draw Distance trollen lassen, weil die Draw Distance ist niedriger als, also du kommst in den Raum rein, die Tür ist nicht da, weil die Draw Distance zu niedrig ist. Dann läufst du ran, die Tür kommt. Und dann kriegst du halt im Grunde gesagt, so, yo, du musst diese Pillar benutzen. Und dann kannst du die Pillar erst drücken. Das ist im Grunde das, was ich hier gerade mache. Du musst durch alle 3 Level nochmal durchlaufen, nur für diese blöden Pillar. Warte mal, ich kann mir gerade keine Witness-Propaganda anhören, wenn ich am Reden bin. Zeugen Jehova-Propaganda. Das gefällt dir doch bestimmt auch sowas, oder? Also es gibt halt wirklich nur einen Bruchteil von den Waffen. Und dadurch, dass es auch nur einen Bruchteil der Waffen gibt, ist es extrem wichtig, was für eine ID du nimmst. Es gibt halt manche IDs, die finden fast nichts, was du gebrauchen kannst. Also vor allem als Force bist du richtig gefaked, also als Magier. Es gibt kaum IDs, die Force-Waffen finden. Oder die halt nicht nur beschissene Force-Waffen finden, oder halt unglaublich schlechte Drop-Chancen haben. Weißt du, wo du irgendwie so eine 1 in 30.000 Drop-Chance oder so auf das hast, was du eigentlich haben willst. Und die andere Seite, die gescheite Drop-Chancen haben, ist bei der Hälfte dann auch irgendwie nur Rüstung, die du mit Level 140 oder so equippen kannst. So, ja, GG. Also Holy Garb oder wie das heißt. Kannst du, glaube ich, mit 100 Level, mit Level 141 oder so equippen. Das hier wird mein erstes Spiel werden, das ich tatsächlich platinieren werde. Oh ne, das heißt ja mastern. Dafür muss ich zwar einmal Ultimate durchspielen, aber ich bin mit meinem Hunter schon halb durch. Also Level 50. Ja, halb ist ein bisschen übertrieben, aber muss halt einmal durch Ultimate durchkommen. Was eine Tortur werden wird. Vor allem, weil ich spiele sogar die weibliche und mit der ist das, glaube ich, schwerer als mit dem Kerl. Weil der Kerl hat viel mehr Leben und dadurch musst du nicht so hoch grinden, damit du den beschissenen Grand, also den Holy Skill vom Endboss überlebst. Du darfst davon halt nicht gewone-shottet werden. Ich glaube deswegen, ich habe keine Ahnung, wie lange ich grinden werden muss, damit ich davon nicht mehr gewone-shottet werde. Plus die Tatsache noch, dass der Kampf an sich halt auch einfach super schwer ist, weil du von der Hälfte der Sachen auch gewone-shottet wirst, egal was du machst, weil sehr viele Sachen da, also die ganzen kleinen Viecher, die casten den Instant-Kill mega auf dich. Das heißt, in 9 von 10 Fällen fällst du einfach tot um, wenn dich irgendwas berührt. Der Boss, ab einer bestimmten Lebensprozentzahl, castet er auch Maggot auf dich. Ja, der Boss ist einfach ein ziemlicher Albtraum auf Ultimate. Du hast ja Ulti nie durchgespielt, ne? Ich bin ja bis heute die einzige Person, die ich selbst persönlich kenne, die tatsächlich die Ultimate durchgespielt hat. Episode 1 und 2. Ich gehe mal davon aus, dass die nicht mehr da sind, oder bist du wieder am LOL spielen? Gerade nämlich noch was anderes eingefallen, was mich auch voll anpisst. In dem Teil hier gibt es keine Level 4 Mags. Also du kannst kein Rati oder so bekommen. Es gibt die ganzen Special Mags nicht. Wie gesagt, ja, Episode 2 gibt es auch nicht. Also es fehlt im Grunde von allem 1/3 bis zur Hälfte vom kompletten Content. Ah. Meine Lieblingswaffen gibt es in dem Spiel zum Beispiel auch nicht. Es gibt zwar technisch gesehen gibt es die Yamato-Waffen. Also weißt du, das war ja Yamato oder Musashi, also die ich immer benutzt habe. Technisch gesehen her gibt es die zwar, aber auch nur, wenn du das, also es gibt irgendwie so, du kannst ja irgendwie ich glaube, das ist originale Agito und du musst das mit irgendeiner anderen Waffe, ich weiß nicht, ob es ein anderes Agito ist, aber du kannst die ja kombinieren. Und da bekommst du so eine Yamato-Waffe, aber das ist die einzige Version, die es in der Version hier gibt. Das originale Agito können aber auch nur, kann glaube ich nur eine einzige ID finden. Und ich weiß nicht mehr bei was, also die ID kann das Agito bei, ich glaube, 2 oder 3 Gegnern finden. Aber die Chance ist auch irgendwie nur so 1 in 70.000 oder so. Also es ist im Grunde unmöglich zu finden. Also technisch gesehen her gibt's die Yamato-Waffen in dem Spiel hier, aber wenn man es real betrachtet, gibt es keine Yamato-Waffen in dem Spiel hier.
Right there. Thank you.
I just wish I had some kid friends.
Jehovah wants you and me to have friends. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who should be my friend?
Trust me, this mindset leads to full-blown, legit mental trauma. Children are not supposed to be isolated from other children or from the rest of society. Not supposed to happen. We are not built that way. We are social creatures. Matter of fact, in my opinion, solitary confinement in prisons is cruel and unusual punishment. People go in there mostly sane and come out complete train wrecks. It's not good to be separate from society like this. Not good at all. And here we sit listening to Jehovah's Witnesses outright encourage it, saying that it's a good thing. This is what you should do. Now, this is by no stretch of the imagination the first example of them doing this. They've been talking about this for a long time. And I'll show some examples in a little while. But it seems like there's a massive push at the moment to get people to accept this, to recognize it, to get a lot more serious about it. It's disgusting.
Let's talk about it at our next family worship. How about you go do some research on Martha?
Yeah, they do family worship stuff like once a week usually or something.
And I will tell Caleb too. And then we can come back together and talk about it as a family.
It's effectively guaranteed that Caleb is dealing with this problem too. If the family is this strict, which most Jehovah's Witness families are, some are not, very few. If they are, then it's a virtual guarantee Caleb has isolated himself from other friends also.
Sophia, are you...
And their animation style has changed, in my opinion, for the worse. I think it looks terrible now. Just look at this example from this other episode here. This is called Make Jehovah Happy, and the episode is basically encouraging people not to get a college education and not to have outside friends, just like this episode. Just watch like a few seconds.
I've not seen the new one.
Contrast the animation style. Okay, let's just play both at the same time, and you can kind of get an idea for the animation differences. See, like, even the dad looks a little bit different. Caleb looks different. Sophia, they all look different. And in my opinion, it looks a lot worse. The shadowing is so
The new
weird
one
on the
looks
right.
more realistic and
It's like
depressing.
Pixar level quality on the right. Why did they change it? It looks awful. It's just... It's really odd that they go, like, they would... There's something wrong with their eyes. I don't know what's wrong with their eyes in the left one. The right one's eyes look much nicer. Anyways, yeah, so that's kind of a compare and contrast of the animation style. Saber Spark, the YouTuber, got, I don't know, 1.5 million subbies or 2 million subbies or something like that. I think he's working on an animation critique at the moment. I'm not sure when it's coming out or if it's come out or what, but yeah, you should keep a lookout for it on his channel if it hasn't already come out. Defeater of Huns. And that, kids, is why you don't disfellowship your animation team. Exactly. That's what happened. They were disfellowshipped correctly. Anyway, let's keep listening to this Caleb and Sophia here.
Sophia, are you ready?
Yeah. Martha, a Jewess, the sister of Lazarus, and Mary.
Why did they call her a Jewess? That's a weird term. I've never heard that before. For the record, I haven't seen any anti-Semitism from Jehovah's Witnesses. You know, I'm willing to be convinced otherwise, but yeah, it doesn't seem like they're anti-Semitic at face value, just from what I know of them. And I was a member for like 18 years, so it's just kind of a weird thing to call somebody a Jewess. It's like using the term Jewry. That's like a term that hasn't been used since World War II. It's just really odd.
Mary.
They lived in Bethany.
A village about 2 miles away from Jerusalem.
Which was probably Jesus' home base when he came down from Galilee.
Martha liked to cook.
Yes, she did.
And she would cook for Jesus and all his disciples when they would visit.
Wow. That would have been a lot of food.
Yes.
Oh, no! Oh god.
They're just kind of messing with each other. Are these guys married, like all three of them, or what?
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Poly relationship?
I'm OP!
By the by, it's pretty common in the Old Testament. Putting it out there. Jehovah's Witnesses like to talk about one man, one woman a lot, but that's not the only type of marriage sanctioned by God, I have to say.
I drew our family in school today.
Oh, wow.
I didn't have time to finish Caleb's face. Carrie drew 2 mommies. She told me they're married to each other.
See her face drop? Oh my god.
Told me they're married to each other. My teacher says that all that matters is that people love each other and that they're happy.
Well, people have their own ideas about what is right and wrong. But what matters is how Jehovah feels.
Okay, anyways, point is Jehovah's Witnesses are super one man, one woman. That's not really being depicted here, seems to me.
But if they work together, they make it a success.
However, some of their friends felt differently about Jesus.
Martha makes the best apricot cakes. It's just a fact.
You've always praised me too much, Talia.
Well, if it gets me more apricot cakes, I will continue to praise you.
Okay, that voice does not fit this animated figure here at all. I feel like this animated figure should be much, like, larger physically. I don't know. There's something off between the voice and the character, but okay.
Oh, Talia, did you hear? The teacher Jesus. He's coming back to visit.
Jesus! My best friend!
Are you hosting him again? Yes, I am. Actually, it's tonight.
I've heard a lot of talk. The Pharisees in Jerusalem, they don't approve of that man. I am not sure it's such a good idea for you to be known as his friend.
As far as anybody can tell, if Jesus was even real, which it appears as though he probably was, he was just some weird little cult leader from the era. That's it. He's just a weird little cult leader that ran around convincing people that he was right. Just like Jim Jones, although it didn't end that badly with Jesus, I guess. Just like, you know, Marshall Applewhite of Heaven's Gate or any of the others. He didn't even fulfill all of the things that are required to be considered the Messiah. They went back and rewrote all of his history to place him in areas that he simply was not because he had to be in those areas. Right? He was Jesus of Nazareth, but he was born in Bethlehem because his parents had to travel there for a census. What? That has never happened in the history of ever, nor would it. They expect you to believe that Caesar told everybody that you're supposed to go back to the place where your ancestors lived 1,000 years ago for a census. Really? Well, first of all, how would you even communicate that to every single human being across the land? That they were supposed to go back to their place of origin from 1,000 years ago? And second, how would they even know who their ancestors were? I don't know who my ancestors were from 1,000 years ago. Do you? It's just a ridiculous story top to bottom, and it's obvious that they were trying to rewrite Jesus' story to fit that of the Son of Man. They were trying to retrofit it to make it appear as though he was the Messiah when he just wasn't, seems to me. But that's just my humble opinion. Anyway, let's keep listening to them talk about being dissidents or whatever.
Good idea for you to be known as his friend. Okay, well, I guess I better be getting home. See you two later.
Yeah, these two on the left are most definitely in a religious cult, like without a shadow of a doubt. And the girl on the right knows it, and she's like trying to talk him out of it desperately. And they just clam up exactly the same way a Jehovah's Witness would. This is getting awkward. Is this Jesus and his entourage? I assume it is.
Martha, Jesus is here.
Yeah.
Jesus and his cool gang.
Posse, if you will.
Jesus and his gang of cool kids.
It was just a weird little religious cult at the time. No different than any other that we have today, but it kind of stuck for some reason. And they're like all revering these people. I think it's sad, honestly. You know, not for nothing, but I went to Christmas 2022. I went to Nebraska to see family, and we were on the airplane. This does relate to what we're talking about here. Just bear with me for a second. We were on the airplane. We got an announcement from the pilot saying, "We're preparing for a crash landing. You need to be in the brace position where, you know, your head is between your legs and the whole 9 yards, all of that." And it was scary, man. It was scary. It was deeply, deeply scary stuff. You know, you thought you were going to die. You thought that was the end of it. And I thought to myself, it popped in my head for a second, you know, there are no atheists in foxholes. I hear that from people constantly. And I thought to myself, I would absolutely love it if any of this stuff was true. It'd be fantastic. Because I wouldn't have to worry about anything anymore. Unfortunately, I just can't buy this story of Jesus being like a real religious leader. Like, he didn't fulfill half the stuff that he was supposed to as the Son of Man. And that's why they claim that he's coming back a second time, which, by the way, never has, interestingly enough. You can see them retroactively rewriting his story to fit more closely with what the Messiah was supposed to be. Like, it's just nonsense. All of it. It's all nonsense. I just can't accept Christianity. I would love it if I could. Now, if you do, that's okay with me. I'm fine with that. But I can't, unfortunately. Once I realized that Christianity is completely made up, that's just the end of it for me. Like, Judaism is very obviously completely made up too, right? I can't possibly... Islam is also completely made up. I can't possibly believe any of this stuff. I mean, Christianity would be the most convincing for me because I grew up in it, and no other reason. When you really think about it, Christianity is even less convincing than Judaism, because you have to accept all of the Judaism stuff and then Christianity on top of it. It's all complete nonsense beginning to end, unfortunately. And it's sad to me that people are throwing their lives away, like Jehovah's Witnesses, destroying everything, cutting ties with friends and family to the end of time. They'll be in the grave before they talk to them again. Like my mother. I'll never talk to her again. You know, I had a close relationship with my mom at one point. Like I said, my dad was physically abusive to me at one point, and my mom literally stood in his way a couple of times, and it got ugly for her for doing that. You know, you don't realize the level of respect that you can form for somebody until they do something like that. Until they literally stand in the way of a swinging fist for you. And after I got disfellowshipped, I never talked to her again, really. Never had a relationship with her ever again for the rest of my life. Because that's what this religion has to offer. Division and fear. That is the entire point of this video that we're watching. Don't be friends with outsiders. Don't be friends with people who reject or even don't accept Jehovah as their savior. Unfortunately, I just can't. I want to. I can't do it. It's nonsense, all of it. And as a direct result of not being able to, I'll never talk to my mom again until the day that she is in a coffin. And I'm not the only one with that experience. I mean, they are putting out propaganda to convince people that's the right way to do things. That's the whole point of this video. Well, let's keep listening to them try to justify their disgusting, sad beliefs in ridiculousness. Again, Jehovah's Witnesses believe women are not allowed to take part in or teach anything. It's totally against the rules, so I guess they're just sitting there listening.
Wait. Let me get this straight. He wanted you and Mary to sit and learn about God just like the men? The teacher instructing women...
Oh my God!
The woman's job is to provide food for her household.
That's true. A good woman prepares herself for hard work. That's valuable. That's you, Martha. Don't let this Jesus ruin you with his ideas.
Lazarus.
Oh, Lazarus died. I forgot about that. How did he die? I don't even remember now.
How is he doing?
Come on, stop.
I sent word to Jesus. He will help me, brother.
You sent word to Jesus? Have you still not heard? He's angering people with his shocking speech. He's claiming to be God's son. He's crazy.
He's loyal to Jehovah, and he is our friend.
Okay, God's name is not Jehovah. Jays didn't exist. In fact, the sound that Jays make did not even exist at the time, okay? The name was Yahweh, not Jehovah. But that's a battle for another day. Not gonna bother. They just rewrite the Bible. It drives me nuts.
Fuck.
It drives me absolutely up a wall. The Tetragrammaton is WH, not JHVH. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, Jesus isn't Jesus' name either. It's Yeshua.
Sadly, Lazarus died. But do you remember what happened next?
Jesus came back to Bethany and resurrected Lazarus.
Jesus was a real friend. He cared about Martha, Mary, and Lazarus. And he showed them what kind of friend Jehovah can be to us.
Of course, you know, this whole thing is totally unproven. No reason to believe any of it, but okay. I guess it's part of the lore, so let's just go with it.
But that's not where the story ends. Do you know what some people did after that?
Many of the Jews who saw what he did put faith in him, but some of them went off to the Pharisees and told them what Jesus had done. Why?
Hey, fantastic. Go tell the Pharisees what he did, and if it's verifiable that he really did resurrect this person, then everybody will believe it. You know, that's all it would take for me. It's a miracle. That's all I would have to see. A miracle in God's name, verifiable, couldn't have happened any other way, and boom, just like that, I'm a believer. But have you ever noticed miracle sightings have gone down dramatically since the advent of the camera? Weird, right? Isn't that a coincidence?
Why did they do that?
Because not even seeing Jesus bring someone back to life was enough to convince them that he was the Christ.
They seemed like Martha's friends, but they hated Jesus.
How do you think Martha dealt with her unbelieving friends?
Jesus is the Christ, the resurrection, and the life.
So this is another good example of subtle propaganda. They're conflating somebody maliciously hurting you or maliciously hurting people in your life with outsiders. Just people who generally like living their lives and want to be your friend and go on a camping trip with you. They're conflating the two. This is how subtle the propaganda gets. You're not supposed to be friends with anybody outside the religion, no matter how harmless or nice they are, because Jesus was betrayed by people, blah, blah, blah.
He is the Son of God, and he is my friend.
The only thing that would tie that together better is some snaps. He is my friend. She's got the head bob, not the snaps, but the head bob. Watch the head bob here.
And he is my friend.
That is one wicked head bob, right?
Talia, you've been kind to me in the past, but you don't believe Jesus' teachings. We cannot be friends.
Oh no.
This is what I'm talking about right here.
Can't be friends. Don't believe in Jesus.
Sophia's friends at school don't have a malicious bone in their body. They just want to hang out. That's it. But they're conflating malice and hatred and vengefulness with just not believing the same way.
Martha stuck with Jesus and his friends. They helped her become Jehovah's friend.
And apparently in their minds that is justification to separate them from the rest of society so thoroughly that they'll have to watch live news coverage to have some connection with the outside world.
So, Sophia, what do you think Jehovah is teaching you about friendship?
That I have to choose my friends carefully.
And how can you know if someone should be your friend?
If they help me be Jehovah's friend, I'm not gonna join the club.
That's my girl.
We are so
disgusting, dude. This is absolutely grotesque. They are perpetuating the most harmful, in my opinion, one of the most harmful beliefs that Jehovah's Witnesses have. A while back, not even that long ago, I did a video about Jehovah's Witnesses and how they protect child abusers, basically. You know, that's pretty bad. But that's like a high-up organizational structure kind of rule. As far as actual full-blown beliefs go, in my opinion, this is the worst one. I could be convinced otherwise, but I think this is the worst. That you shouldn't have outsiders as friends at all. I think that's pretty bad.
And Jehovah is proud of you too. Now, how about you go finish up your homework? Mom tells me we have a guest in you.
Okay. Jehovah, please help me find a good friend. Someone who loves you.
Okay, a turtle will do the trick, I suppose.
At least you are my friend.
And now they portray Sophia getting a friend and everything working out in the end. But guess what? I know from personal experience this is not how it works. I literally did not have a friend for the majority of my life.
Or talk. You like turtles?
I love turtles.
Really?
Oh my god, this is so terribly cringy. I can't stand it. And again, the animation is absolutely awful now. It was so good before. Why did they do it? Why did they change it this way?
Got something I want to show you.
He is so cute.
She's wearing turtle earrings. Notice this? Like I said, it's little things, but every single thing you see in this cartoon is placed here very specifically, for very specific reasons. Even down to the way they part their hair is all very intentional and specific in this cartoon.
You know, Sophia, I think we're going to be friends. Yep, definitely friends.
Unfortunately, it does not work out that way. It does not always play out for the best. Like I said, it was pretty bad for me. And many, many other, like, ex-Jehovah's Witnesses that I know suffered terribly under this rule. It's a bad, destructive rule. Now, this is not a message that they've picked up recently. This has been going for a long, long time. Back in, 2017, yeah. In 2017, they released this thing that is, I guess you could call affectionately known as the Bunker videos. This is the Bunker video. It's 30 minutes long now. I've covered it a few times. You know, I'm not going to cover the whole thing, but there is a little segment in it that I wanted to watch. The premise of this video is the Great Tribulation has come, and Jehovah's Witnesses are being targeted and persecuted by world governments, because that's going to happen in the end, they believe. And they're hiding in basements, like Jews in World War II. Dead serious. They're going around the circle telling stories to each other about what it's like to be a Jehovah's Witness or whatever, and how hard it is to stay strong and all that other stuff. So this is the head of the household, the leader of the little congregation they have here in the basement. And he's about to listen to a story from his wife, which is this woman here on screen. Listen to the story that she tells as they sit in this basement like Jews during the war.
And not to put you on the spot, but didn't you have an experience?
I did. And I don't mind sharing.
They're terrible actors. They're so cringy. Literally everything about this is cringy.
It was when I was at that office job in the city. It was just coffee as usual.
Karen, we're making some coffee. Did you want some?
Oh, I love it. The good stuff, right? Oh, yes. Thanks. Boy, I can smell it.
God, it's so cringy. I'm sorry, I can't. They're so terrible. But notice what she said at the very beginning of this. Like, it just started with coffee. It starts with coffee, right? What starts with coffee, I hear you asking?
And some bread treats. It's wonderful, thank you. But this time she started telling me about her problems at home.
The indoctrination. What with coffee?
It must be very hard for you. You know, there are some things in the Bible that have helped me in my marriage that I would love to share. I was excited about the chance to give a witness. Hey, good morning.
So the point that she's getting at here is she was excited to talk to this woman about Jehovah. The idea being portrayed here is she was hoping she's going to be able to bring her into the religion and they'd remain friends. But she realized shortly after she wasn't going to be able to pull her into the religion. Which means, by the distributive property or transitive property or whatever, she's not going to be allowed to remain friends with her at all. If she's not a member of the religion, they cannot remain friends.
From time to time we talked, kept the conversations brief, and that was it. Hey! But over time, the conversations grew, and husbands and family were often the hot topic, and everyone had a viewpoint.
Again, it's not about the conversations, ultimately. It's about the fact that they're outsiders. That's the problem in their eyes. They don't, quote-unquote, hold the same values as you. So you can't take part in their life in any way unless you can bring them into the religion. Not only children, but even adults are not allowed to have outsiders as friends.
There's some things in the scriptures. I still thought I could give a witness and actually teach them something about Jehovah. Honey, it doesn't work like that. But in reality, I was the one being taught.
You know, honestly, most people, if they understand your boundaries, won't cross those boundaries. If you tell somebody, I don't want to hear about your sex life or something, they're not going to tell you about it. They're not going to take part in any of that. They'll respect you. But again, this is propaganda. They want to make it out like the world doesn't have boundaries. There are no boundaries in the world, quote unquote. And as a result, you are incapable of living in the world. You're incapable of being friends with people outside the religion because they will consistently violate your boundaries, always, and pull you away from Jehovah.
But in reality, I was the one being taught. And I was a quick learner. I was sure their thinking wasn't rubbing off on me. Until one day when Robert called. The girls knew that Robert and I had had a small disagreement. And he was calling to apologize. Although some of it was my fault.
Yes!
Did you want to get a little coffee?
Fuck you!
If you don't want to talk to him now, then don't. Besides, it sounds like you could use a little silent treatment. I couldn't believe the effect the association was having on my attitude and my marriage.
You know, it's like they're portraying their people, Jehovah's Witnesses, as the dumbest, most gullible suckers alive. You're not allowed to have friends as outsiders, period. Child, adult, whatever, doesn't matter. You have no idea how many lives this wrecks. You have no idea how many people have lost their mother, have lost their father, their aunts, their uncles, their cousins, their best friends growing up. Everybody, every single person that they ever knew is gone permanently until the day they die because of this religion. People that really meant something to others are gone. We have to do everything we can to wake people up out of this destructive mindset. We cannot give up on this. Having the experience of living on the inside and the outside, I can attest, living on the outside is the best decision I ever made in my life. Anyway, let me know what you think about the Caleb and Sophia video in the comments, and let me know if you want to see more stuff like this. Jehovah's Witnesses just released a new Caleb and Sophia video called Don't Give Up. If you're unfamiliar, Caleb and Sophia is a propaganda cartoon by Jehovah's Witnesses targeted toward kids.
What toy is that?
It's Starla, the warrior wizard.
Whoa, a warrior wizard.
Yeah, my friend gave it to me. All the kids are going to see the movie. Can I see it too?
Oh, your friend gave this.
Oh no.
So what if you disobey Jehovah and play with toys he doesn't like? Do you want Jehovah to be sad?
No, I don't want Jehovah to be sad.
No, I don't want Jehovah to be sad with you either. So what do you think you should do with this toy? Caleb, I am so proud of you. You made Mommy very happy.
It's intended to deliver a very specific message to them, and it's usually a message that exclusively benefits Jehovah's Witness leadership and nobody else. So let's take a look at the latest one. It's titled Don't Give Up. Let's get into it.
Hi, I'm Sophia. I have a great video about God's promise for the earth.
Oh, sweetheart, thank you. I'm not interested.
I'm not interested. Fuck off.
Growing up as a Jehovah's Witness, I definitely remember this kind of interaction. There was a lot of not interested, which was honestly preferable to some other reactions I got to knocking on people's doors at 9 a.m. on a Saturday morning. But they don't need to get everybody. Jehovah's Witnesses realize that even if 0.1% of the people who answer the door show any kind of interest, if they get everybody out there knocking on doors, even the children, eventually they'll bring a few new people in. And they do everything they can to guarantee their current members don't leave. This is one of the things that makes Jehovah's Witnesses a cult, the way they prevent members from leaving. They can't jail them. They can't use physical force to make them do anything they don't want to do, legally. So instead of physical force, they coerce them by exploiting them mentally. It's called undue influence. They hold the threat of taking every friend and family member they've ever known or loved away from them, permanently. That's not an exaggeration. It happened to me because I didn't fit into the Jehovah's Witness life the way they wanted me to. I was disfellowshipped when I was 18 for, among other things, smoking a cigarette. That was heinous enough for my mom to never speak to me again for the rest of her life. Another expectation they have of their people is to go knocking on doors, as they're showing Sophia doing here. They take it so seriously that the governing body member, Tony Morris, said if you don't knock on doors, also known as going in service, you probably won't make it through Armageddon with everybody else.
The humans sitting next to you, they might have an idea because they know you well and you haven't been out in service in weeks. Well, guess what? Most likely God's seeing some blood all over your hands. Or they go totally inactive and we appeal to them, we try to help, but you cannot water down what God says here. If your hands are not clean because you've been out warning, then they have blood on them and you're gonna lose your life.
Now, that specific offense isn't bad enough to lose your entire family, at least not immediately. But as I said, they use mind control to manipulate people into following their instructions. If you don't knock on doors like you're supposed to, people believe they aren't going to see you in the new system, and they stop bothering to have a relationship with you because it's a waste of time anyways. And as you could see in the Caleb and Sophia video, they start drilling this in early. It's a requirement. Doing manual labor for the Watchtower Society, aka Jehovah's Witnesses, is mandatory. If you don't, then you're risking the next life, and your family might just decide to stop talking to you in this life too. But we're only 17 seconds into the Caleb and Sophia video so far, and trust me, it gets worse. Let's keep watching.
And you can read the Bible and watch videos.
Really busy, kid.
Can we take a break? Yeah.
A break already?
Yeah man, getting rejected over and over again sucks. It's not fun, especially for kids. But Jehovah's Witnesses don't care. You're supposed to do it anyways, whether you like it or not, as we'll see in a second. Let's keep watching.
A break might be nice, but before we go, do you remember when Jesus preached, Did everybody listen to him?
No. So, why didn't Jesus give up?
Because he wanted everyone to hear the good news.
That's right. So, how about we each try another house?
Oh, my first material, and it's the best one.
That's the kid that torments Caleb at school. Check this out. This is from an episode called Make Jehovah Happy. It's all about how you shouldn't go to college because that would be making yourself happy. You should just clean windows like most other Jehovah's Witnesses and devote your life to knocking on doors. The episode starts out by showing what Sophia is interested in, which is college, and then it shows what Caleb's interested in, superheroes and video games. By the end of the episode, they both reject their two temptations. This is Caleb's section.
Come on, it's fun.
Forget it. He's a loser.
Nice.
Are you gonna play or not?
No.
They were trying to show you what the world has to offer. Of course, the Tormentor gets to play as many video games as he wants, and that's what it leads to, I guess. Eating Cheetos off the ground. Remember, this is propaganda, and as such, every scene is placed in the video specifically and intentionally to give a certain message. They depict the Tormentor as a big dumb slob, because that's what playing video games or going to college leads to. Before we continue, I wanted to mention something. If you like what I do and you want to see me continue to do it, you can support me by checking out my Teespring, or by checking out Patreon. YouTube has been extremely unreliable lately. Patreon gives me the stability I need to continue making videos no matter what YouTube is doing. I also started streaming on Twitch recently, and I've been uploading the edited Twitch streams to a new YouTube channel called Telltale Unfiltered. I play games while reviewing long-form videos like JW Broadcasting episodes or Kent Hovind's seminar series about evolution. So if you like long-form stuff, check out my other channel, Telltale Unfiltered. You might find it interesting. Anyways, let's continue on with Caleb and Sophia. Now that we know what kind of terrible situation Caleb has stumbled upon, let's watch that last clip one more time.
Oh, hi Chuck.
I've been in this situation. Believe me, it is not fun, and it's only gonna get worse. It probably doesn't help that you're expected to treat your school as your own territory to be worked. Preach to every kid you see because you have the opportunity to reach some people who couldn't be reached at the door. Maybe because they live in a gated community or their parents refuse to answer for evangelizers. This could be the only way they get that message. So you, as a 12-year-old kid, are expected to deliver the message to them. For Jehovah, you're a team player, aren't you? It makes you an outcast, which is probably part of the plan. And if it isn't part of the plan, it works to their benefit anyways. It's nearly impossible to make friends on the outside of the religion when you put on the personality that Jehovah's Witnesses expect you to, which is great because being friends with outsiders is heavily discouraged anyways. A win-win for the organization. Using kids as free labor to bring new people into your religion so you can collect more money from them is bad enough, but the way they go about it and the way they frame it is absolutely grotesque. This isn't the only thing Caleb and Sophia is about, but they sure talk about it a lot. Check out the next clip. This one's called Let's Go in Service. As I mentioned, going in service is the phrase they use to refer to door knocking. Let's watch.
Sophia, are you ready to go out in service? What's in your bag? Looks like you're missing something. What do you need for service? Very good! You need your Bible for service. Do you need anything else? Kids, can you help Sophia? Which one does she need for service? That's right, kids!
It's like a Dora the Explorer type of thing. It's terrible. They want to frame it up in a way that'll make free manual labor seem appealing and fun to young kids. Get them when they're young and you'll have them for life. This really is the definition of undue influence. Undue influence is influence by which a person is induced to act otherwise than by their own free will or without adequate attention to the consequences. You can't possibly act of your own free will and with adequate understanding of what you're doing if you're at the age where Caleb and Sophia videos entertain you. This is what undue influence is. The idea is to get them when they aren't old enough to understand. Threaten them with the possibility that they might lose every friend and family member they've ever had if they question it, and they'll spend the rest of their life inside the religion. They'll continue on the cycle of undue influence for future generations because they think this is normal. They think this is just what you do. This is all they know, and when they turn 25 or 30 and get married and have kids, it's all their kids will know too. Let's keep watching.
Sophia, one more thing. How will you remember the people we meet? Very good. Do you have a pencil? Excellent, Sophia. I think you're all set. Kids, what do you think? Is she ready? Yes! Okay, let's go practice what you're gonna say.
Training them to be good Jehovah's Witnesses from the age of 5. Get them early and you'll have them for life. It's absolutely wrong. Check this one out. This is for the boys or something, I guess. It's called Be Good in the Ministry. Another term for door knocking, by the by.
So you are excited to go out in service. Do you think you are ready? Not so fast. Before you go in the ministry, there's a few things we need to go over. First, we must learn the 3 P's.
3 P's?
Yes. Preparation, personal appearance, and proper behavior. First, preparation. Preparation
Proper
is the
behavior
first
would
step of success in the
to
ministry.
be fuck off and leave people alone.
When it comes to tools for preaching, the variety might seem intimidating, but never fear. We have the teaching toolbox. Finding the right tools is easier than ever.
Yeah, they take door knocking pretty seriously. You aren't allowed to knock on people's doors as a Jehovah's Witness unless you reach a certain level called unbaptized publisher. It usually takes a few months of studying with Jehovah's Witnesses every week and showing up to every meeting. Then, after becoming an unbaptized publisher, you're expected to knock on doors and go to every meeting consistently for about a year before they'll let you get baptized. It takes forever to join the religion. But would you guess that it's significantly easier for children to get baptized? If they're with a guardian, they don't even need to be an unbaptized publisher. Jehovah's Witnesses have even praised kids getting baptized as young as 6 or 7 years old.
I got baptized because I love Jehovah with my whole heart. Jehovah still loves me, even though I'm made from dust and I'm so little.
Are they really old enough to understand the consequences of their actions at that point? Are they old enough to understand that they're putting their entire lives and everybody they ever knew on the line? Jehovah's Witnesses seem to think so. Anyways, little Caleb here is preparing to go in service, so let's keep watching the video they made about it to prepare other little kids to do free labor for the organization.
Once you have your tools, make sure and practice your presentation before you leave the house. Wouldn't want to be preparing on the doorstep. Now that you are well prepared, it's time to talk about personal appearance. How we look is very important because we represent Jehovah. Getting ready for the ministry, we need to make sure our appearance is saying the right things. Jehovah wants your appearance to be well arranged and modest. What that means is that we look and smell clean. Our clothes fit well, but not too well.
Let me tell you why this part's so funny. The governing body of Jehovah's Witnesses is made up of 8 men who live in New York. They make all the decisions and call all the shots for everybody. They come up with the doctrinal changes and clear all the literature and everything. If they wanted to, they could make an announcement tomorrow that says we are no longer shunning ex-members of the group. And just like that, my mom would talk to me again. No questions asked. But guess what they're talking about instead of that? Guess what one of them, Tony Morris, has made his main focus in life?
It's not that you don't dress
Leggings.
to fit your physique, that's fine. That's what Max and I do. What's wrong is this extremely tight pants.
Ice pads. They're so gay. They're anti-God.
Think about this. You remember that many homosexuals are in the clothing industry and doing the designing. Don't you know they love it when you're wearing tight pants?
1,000 more examples of him talking about the fashion industry and how it's filled with people from the LGBT community who really want to see you in tight pants. That's just the clip I happen to have on hand. Just search for Toni Morris tight pants on YouTube if you want to see more. Anyway, seemingly out of nowhere, this Caleb and Sophia video comes out.
Please become calmer. Please. Please, please,
When you
please,
think
please,
about
please.
it, that's actually pretty funny. The dude is absolutely obsessed with tight pants, like to an unhealthy degree. He talks about him entirely too much. Anyways, let's keep watching the Caleb and Sophia video.
Now it's time to talk about proper behavior. Our conduct while in the ministry is another way we can bring praise to Jehovah. So make sure you are on your best behavior. Avoid talking or laughing loudly.
Calmer.
Playing a
Yes.
or intruding on anyone's property or
Perfect.
privacy. Also, no eating at the door. Remember, when we go door to door, people see us, and good behavior gives a good witness. We would never want to give anyone a reason to find fault with our ministry.
They do take it pretty seriously. My family took it so seriously when I was little that we actually practiced before going out and knocking on doors.
Can I go downstairs now?
Yes, looks like you are ready. It's time to put the 3 P's to the test.
Hi, my name's Caleb. What's your name?
Hi, Caleb. My name is...
When I was a kid, they had these things called Kingdom Ministries, which I've heard have been discontinued since I left. But they were just these short little 4-page pamphlets that contained announcements the governing body had for the members. Like, if they were to announce that they don't shun people anymore, they would have put it in there. But in the back of the Kingdom Ministry, they had suggestions for openers you could use at the door when introducing yourself and trying to give away the Watchtower and Awake magazines. When I was a kid, they released 1 Watchtower and 1 Awake per month, 32 pages each. Your job was to hand them out to as many people as you possibly could. So the Kingdom Ministry had a little suggestion in the back about each issue of the Watchtower and Awake. Like, if the Watchtower had a picture on the front about pollution, the little blurb in the Kingdom Ministry would recommend you comment about how beautiful their lawn looks or something. Here's an example. Hi, my name's Owen. I'm one of Jehovah's Witnesses. I just noticed how beautiful your lawn looked. You must put a lot of work into upkeep. It would be wonderful if the whole earth could look like this one day, wouldn't it? Wait for them to answer. According to the Bible, God says he will make the earth look like this one day. We've been out talking to your neighbors about it and wondered if you wanted to take these magazines. There's an article about how God will clean up all pollution one day, free of charge. Fitting that last point in is important. People usually expect to pay something. Anyways, the point is that when I was a kid, I'd read the back of the Kingdom Ministry for ideas when going up to somebody's door and knocking on it. I'd prepare and practice just like Caleb did in this video. I guess not much has changed since I've left. They're still exploiting kids for their free labor. But like I said, that's not the only thing Caleb and Sophia is about. It's a whole series of videos about a number of different subjects. And apparently, it's just celebrated its 10th anniversary or something. None other than Tight Pants Toni Morris himself released a video to celebrate. Check this out.
It's hard to believe it's been almost a decade since that first release in 2012. In that time, the Become Jehovah's Friends series has proved to be a real gift from Jehovah. Through these Bible lessons, children can learn to be kind, to be honest, to be respectful, and to develop other godly qualities that help them see and obey the one who is invisible.
I love that they frame it like that. The one who's invisible. That's pretty funny. Almost like it isn't the invisible one they're obeying. The invisible one doesn't ever seem to be the one setting the rules. Like I said, the governing body could release an announcement tomorrow telling the members they aren't shunning anymore. They make the doctrine, they call the shots, they direct everything from the top down. The governing body is effectively synonymous with Jehovah, or the invisible one, as they call it. Anyways, as we've seen just in the past few minutes, it isn't about just teaching them to be honest or kind. It's propaganda, and its intent is to create clones who can serve the organization. Just framing it like that alone is a perfect example of propaganda. Let's keep watching.
We're going to let Christian parents tell how these videos have helped their children to become Jehovah's friends.
Katie Ann had a really hard time working together with the older brothers and sisters in the congregation.
They're kind of slow, but lesson 25, making friends, was just what I needed.
We spent a few weeks discussing the videos during our family worship meeting. These videos strengthened my relationship with Jehovah. I know that he hasn't forgotten me as a single parent. It can be so hard for single parents because they're trying to take on the role of both parents.
Being a single parent in the Jehovah's Witness religion is exceedingly rare. Almost everybody is married by the age of 18 because sleeping with somebody outside of marriage is one of those things that'll get you shunned for the rest of your life. Your mind is going absolutely crazy through your teen years, so by the time you turn 18, you're looking for the very first person you can find. Marrying outside the religion is heavily discouraged, if not outright banned, so your options are limited. And you don't know how long those options will be around since everybody else is marrying off as early as possible. Pretty much the only time you find a single parent within the religion is when the mother was already married with a kid before she joined the religion, and she decided to get divorced, join the religion, and brainwash their kid right along with her. Either that, or the parent dies in some freak accident. Those are pretty much the only two scenarios you ever find single parents in the organization, because divorce is strictly forbidden, except under very specific circumstances. But it seemed like a good opportunity to show that the governing body looks out for everybody in the religion, not just people who perfectly fit into the mold. Let's keep watching.
I got baptized because I love Jehovah with my whole heart. Jehovah still loves me, even though I'm made from dust and I'm so little.
He took some of the weight off my shoulders.
Is she really old enough to understand the consequences of her actions? She isn't old enough to get a tattoo, she isn't old enough to get married, she shouldn't be old enough to get baptized as a Jehovah's Witness. In my opinion, it should be against the law for children to enter into a binding, lifelong contract like that. Whether they appear to want to enter it or not, they aren't mentally or emotionally mature enough to understand the consequences of their actions. Let's watch the next part. It gets even worse, surprisingly.
Laura, our middle child, was perfectly healthy until she turned 4 years old. That's when she was diagnosed with a rare tumor in her central nervous system. Unfortunately, when the treatment was over, Laura passed away.
This is incredibly heartbreaking. I am very sorry they had to deal with that. Did you hear the sad music in the background? Do you see the looks on their faces? This is propaganda. Jehovah's Witnesses are masters at creating propaganda. I'm not completely convinced it's true, but I guess it isn't an inconceivable situation. So let's see where they're taking this. Let's continue.
Even while she was sick, she just loved watching the videos. Her favorite one was Let's Go in Service. This video really made her want to talk about Jehovah.
During the time that she was receiving chemotherapy treatments, which lowered her immunity, we couldn't even leave the house with her. But sometimes we'd bring her to get a checkup or get an exam done. And the doctor would say that everything was fine for now, that her immunity was okay. And the very first thing that she'd say to the doctor was, "So I can go in the ministry, right?" And the doctor would laugh and say, "Sure you can." And our family would take advantage of those times to go and field service together, as a family, all together. That made Laura so happy.
This is so beyond messed up. As I said, this is propaganda. True or not, Jehovah's Witnesses are using this situation to make a point. If you're on your deathbed, you should be talking to the nurse about Jehovah. You should be bringing new converts in up to your last moment. This is how these Caleb and Sophia videos affect kids. It's a gateway to get them involved in the religion. It's a method of pulling them in and integrating it into every part of their lives. And even if they're sick, they should be hyper-focused on serving the organization. For free. Did the organization pay for her medical bills? No, but they sure didn't have a problem with asking for free labor. From a 4-year-old cancer patient. Really. I don't see how they got away with releasing something so callous without getting backlash from it. Surprisingly, nobody said a word. Not that I can tell anyways. Jehovah's Witnesses are just fine with this. They seem to think it's nice that the organization is trying to exploit cancer patients. It's just hard to wrap my head around the fact that people don't see right through this. But interestingly, they tip their hand at the very end. Check this out.
It does us good to remember why the Become Jehovah's Friends series was created. These videos were not designed as mere entertainment to simply
Oh really? They aren't entertainment at all. They're fucking propaganda. Jesus.
build a relationship with Jehovah so they can live and serve him forever. How do you think Jehovah feels? Knowing that a young child can come to know him through this animated series and grow up to become his dedicated servant. That is truly special.
That is truly disturbing. Well, I guess we know what the goal is now. I mean, it seemed obvious to us before, but I guess they aren't trying to hide it anymore. It's all about brainwashing. It always has been, since the beginning. It's always been about pulling people in and trapping them for the rest of their lives. Get them as young as you possibly can so they have no way out when they get older. They'll never question it again, or they risk losing everything. The governing body just doesn't care about pretending anymore, do they? Anyways, that's all I've got for you. Thanks for watching, guys.
If you've consumed any media in the last 70 years, there's a good chance you've heard this voice. This sound,
Wilhelm
being
Scream.
eaten by alligator, was recorded for
Dream.
distant drums in 1951 for a scene where a guy randomly drowns.
Stadia's dead, I know.
Here we go. Velma, the show I had very little expectations for, yet somehow still felt disappointed by it.
I expect nothing, and I'm still let down.
Velma is HBO's brand new show which offers the latest take on the Scooby-Doo franchise, acting as a kind of origin story to before the gang had formed together, and is being told through the perspective of Velma. But so far all I can say is that this feels like less of a Scooby-Doo and more of a Scooby-Don't. Sorry. As of writing this review, there have only been 2 episodes released thus far, and it's already managed to set the bar pretty low. Normally when making a review, I'd like to wait until all the episodes have been released in order to give the show the fairest possible chance. I mean, the first half of BoJack Horseman Season 1 is pretty weak, but then manages to save itself towards the end. But honestly, with how bad these first 2 episodes have been, and HBO releasing these on a weekly schedule, I honestly don't know whether I can be asked to watch the rest of the series. If I hear by some miracle that the series manages to save itself towards the end, or God help us, it somehow manages to get even worse, I'll keep watching, and I'll make sure to do a full series review. I think the first thing that baffles me most about this show is why it's even branded itself as a Scooby-Doo show in the first place, as it has practically nothing to do with the original series. And it actually feels like that this was a completely separate show.
Because it was.
The Scooby-Doo brand just slapped on it for marketing's sake. First up, it's a Scooby-Doo show that doesn't...
It was another show.
Apparently this was because the writers thought that Scooby was too childish and was struggling to work him into an adult show. The same adult show that also features 2 cockroaches banging just over a minute in. I've also read that it was actually down to the show not being able to get the rights to use Scooby as a character, which given the train wreck that it is actually much more believable. Shaggy is now referred to as Norville, which though technically it is his official name, again, this was down to some property rights of the character's name not being allowed. None of the characters in this show act anything like their typical selves. Velma is just full of bitterness, Daphne is a stuck-up bitch, and Fred is a giant man-child. Also, for those of you that are visually impaired, most of the characters are race-swapped in this. In an interview with Entertainment Weekly, Mindy Kaling explains that the essence of Velma is not necessarily tied to her whiteness, and I identified so much as her character. And I think so many people do. So it's like, yeah, let's make her Indian in the series. This is a bit of a contradictory statement, as you've effectively said that Thelma being white had no negative impact on the character, or the way that people related to her. So why would you go to the effort to make her non-white in the first place? I'm sure the answer they would give me is that this gives minority groups more representation on screen, and that a character's race shouldn't matter. But that's hard for me to believe for the show's intention, when there are so many race-based jokes scattered throughout the first 2 episodes.
Why wouldn't he? If I were a rich white dude, I'd kill everybody just to get away with it.
Plus, the cynic in me says that this wasn't done for representation purposes, and instead more for marketing. As I said in my Pinocchio 2022 review, randomly race swapping a character has proven to draw more attention and interaction on social media, and whether that engagement is for better or for worse, it still gets people talking about your product. Like, if you want to make a show which features a more culturally diverse set of characters, then by all means go for it. But just make them their own characters. I think a great example of this being done right is with the film Into the Spider-Verse. I remember when the first images were released of Miles and people were instantly critical of how it looked like he was only there as a lazy race swap with Peter Parker, but the film actually went to the effort to make Miles his own separate character in the Spider-Man universe, with a completely different background and environment, which defines him into his own person. Not to mention that the film itself is incredibly well written, that obviously had a lot of love and care put into it, and clearly respected the franchise it was stemming from. Compare that to Velma, which seems like it wants nothing to do with the Scooby-Doo franchise, other than dropping a few name references which are used as nicknames for drugs. But you know, let's put all that aside, and let's pretend we don't see this as a Scooby-Doo spin-off series, but instead just watch it as if it were its own show. Maybe then we'll actually be able to see it as somewhat decent.
Nope.
Clever writing, funny jokes, a compelling story, and full of characters who are likable and relatable.
Nope.
But before I go into ripping the show apart too much, I will say a couple of good things about it. First up, it doesn't look terrible. The animation is okay, but I do actually quite like the detailed style of the show, especially when we get moments of Velma's hallucinations with the shift in lighting and warped background. The voice cast also do a pretty decent job considering the god-awful lines they have to read, one of which is Frank Welker, who plays Fred's dad.
You're embarrassing yourself, Frederick. It's bad enough you still eat pancakes and drink non-alcoholic beverages like a thing.
Which, fun fact, is actually the guy who's been voicing Fred throughout the Scooby-Doo series. Okay, so good stuff over, now onto the bad. First up, the humour, if you can call it that.
Well, well, well. Well, well, well.
It is straight up awful, with its 2 main categories being social political commentary and meta references. Let's start with the meta jokes. Oh god, the meta jokes. I think meta humour is actually starting to grow tiresome these days. In fact, it's one of the reasons why I stopped watching Rick and Morty, as the show became increasingly reliant on it, and it just takes you, the audience, out of the show's immersion. But Velma really takes it to the next level. You can't go more than 2 minutes without the show trying to show off how clever and self-aware it is. Every time a character thinks something or does anything, it has to be referenced to real life.
See, now if this was a show, it'd be super hot if you two kissed.
I'm a suspect. I thought lesbians were good at solving crimes. It's like the one positive stereotype perpetuated by pop culture.
Normally, in publication, a slave was murdered, little like maybe she deserved it.
Wow, after hearing that, I not only feel emotionally, but I understand the stakes of your journey.
Oh, sorry I'm not a drunk on the verge of losing custody like every other woman.
In teen movies, whenever a girl needs money, a guy sells something and then blackmails the girl to pay him for it.
To TV, it's morally okay to deal drugs if your life is just kind of crap. Like, your kid's sick, you're a widow with a mortgage.
Oh god, he looks like Hitler! And not just because we compare everyone to Hitler these days.
Okay, I'll admit, that last one wasn't terrible. The show even opens up with this prolonged shower scene amongst a group of girls, where they're talking about how pilot episodes of TV shows must always show off a higher amount of nudity. Not only kind of making this painfully unfunny, but also really weird, as from what I've read online, the characters in this show are meant to be 15 years old. Honestly, I'm surprised this wasn't made by Netflix. And then we have all these
Cuties.
political commentary.
I still have not seen
for the most
Cuties.
part come out of completely
I wonder if I would
and just feel really unnecessary.
land on a list if I would start watching it now.
I mean, not to oversimplify a thorny issue, but everyone loves it when white people play Jesus or a professional boxer.
On TV shows, the malt shop owner is always a friendly black man or a spicy and meatball Italian. Fred's a rich white guy with a tiny dong. He did it. Those are all white people, Daphne. Minorities on TV can only deal drugs to escape poverty.
For a show which is trying to tell people not to make a big deal on race swapping, it sure likes to make a lot of race-based jokes. And let's talk about the characters themselves. Velma is just a cynical arsehole in this show with so much bitterness inside of her. Again, for someone who said they were drawn to the original Velma because of her character, seems weird that you would go and make her such an unlikable person. She's narcissistic, judges everyone, loves to race shame, body shame, gender shame. Norville, who is meant to be her close friend, she treats like shit, and even laughs at him when he confesses his feelings of love to her. But despite all of her flaws, the show is still trying to write her as if she's the smartest person in the universe. It actually reminds me of that comic that went viral a couple of years back, where there's a snarky woman being an arsehole to this seemingly nice guy at work. But the irony here is that the artist who made the comic actually drew themselves as the snarky woman, because they thought she was the likable cool character in this situation. I get the same vibe from Velma, where the writers think they're making this incredibly witty, hilarious character, and in reality, everyone else just thinks she's a stuck-up wanker.
Exactly. I spit truth without a filter. Like every comedian, hashtag YouTube.
Maybe the series is going to have a character arc for Velma that's going to actually address this. Who knows? Fred also got hit pretty hard, and is now being reduced to a rich, whiny, pathetic man-child with the IQ of a peanut, whose main trait seems to be that he has a really small penis. No, I'm not kidding. The show loves to mention this fact over and over again.
You didn't mention Fred with a tiny dong.
Oh yeah, real baby carrot.
Daphne's character is just a typical bitchy high school teen. They try to throw in some backstory of how her and Velma used to be BFFs, but now they hate each other, to which we then get an awkward kiss of them at the end of episode 2, which kind of felt really forced. Probably done as just another bit of shock value to own the old school Scooby bands, but little do they know, we speculated Velma's sexuality feelings.
Especially when Velma does her losing her glasses routine.
Yeah, that kills me. Why doesn't she get contacts?
Oh, I think it's a lesbian thing.
The only character that is sort of likable in this is Norville. Not so much because he's interesting, but just because he's the only one they haven't written to be a Colossus Bellend. They also make him very anti-drug in this show, which is meant to be a little wink and a nod as to how Shaggy has always been perceived as a stoner.
Has something to do with drugs, which I hate.
Maybe this is meant to be Shaggy's epic origin story, like how we get to see the Walt before he becomes the Heisenberg. But yeah, that's Velma thus far. A terrible start for animation and humanity in general for 2023. Though what does bring me some comfort is seeing that this show is getting universally dumped on, with even Rotten Tomato critics not being able to salvage it. And like I said before, you know your show's bad when not even Rotten Tomatoes can save you. I imagine this negativity will be blamed on people being a bunch of vile trolls who choose to hate the show out of pure spite, which is the classic defense for when you can't handle criticism. Either way, it'll be interesting to see how the rest of the series plays out, but if you haven't watched it already, I do not recommend checking it out. Though at least with this universal backlash, we should be safe in the knowledge that this show will not get renewed for a second season.
You know what I'm always saying? I love that I'm a monkey. I basically walk around, or should I say float, confirming that I'm a monkey. Well, that's what I do according to this guy.
Atheists be like,
Basically, a monkey.
a Christian is like, no, that's a Hindu fairy tale. It's nothing new, it's just a reiterated ancient fairy tale.
Lesai, this guy is going to be fun. Hello, I'm the Skeptic, the British floating circle that watches people make extraordinary claims and then explain why I don't accept what they're saying. Meet Kyle. Kyle has over 4,000 subscribers and makes some interesting videos where he debunks atheists. He's made some videos on some of the big names using his orthodox Christianity. Aaron Ra, Thomas, aka Holy Kool-Aid, even whiskey-drinking Sir Sick. But this week, he reacts to Hemant Mehta, whom I had the pleasure of meeting in September 2022, and his 20 arguments to not believe in a god, saying why they're not right. But before we see a friendly atheist getting debunked by an orthodox Christian, if you want to be unorthodox in your approach to YouTube, hit the like, the subscribe and the bell, and let's break the algorithm together. And a super thanks to those that hit super thanks over the last few videos. Turtle M, Travis White, Kevin Allen, Dr. Birdflu, Ronald Jerry, John Smash and The Thinker25. Lisa the Rainbow Giraffe bestows leaves upon you all. More hen. So are we allowed to poke fun here or what?
And of course, I like to poke fun at atheists. I like to poke fun at everyone. They can poke fun at me. I think I like to create a funny but serious environment. Like, we can have fun with each other, but we can also bring up good arguments.
That's fair. I like the fun side too. But I'm working on the funny, Kyle. Quit judging me.
And today we're going to be watching 20 arguments to not believe in God. Let's see what he has to say.
There's no evidence.
Wrong. There's no evidence? I mean, I guess if you ignore all of the ancient world and all of history, there's no evidence.
I don't see how an ancient world can be evidence that there's a god. So there were people that existed once and they appeared in a work of fiction. If that's your argument, wouldn't that mean that since William Shakespeare wrote Julius Caesar, that William Shakespeare is in fact God? Well, that would change everything.
There is so much evidence that Jesus Christ really did exist, that he really was crucified, and that he came back.
Well, I can maybe accept that there was a person called Jesus because people existed and had names. But I don't accept that the man had supernatural powers. I could also accept that a person called Jesus was left to die on a cross thing, since neither of those two things are extraordinary. But to say there's proof of a resurrection when all there seems to be is a story about a person saying some other people witnessed someone coming back from the dead is a little wrong.
The Gospels are the best recorded document from the ancient world, and they are a historical document.
I'm going to refer to an Instagram post of mine for now. Holy books are not proof of the gods they talk about. Carry on.
Not only that, but we can prove God with philosophy, with transcendental argumentation. See, the problem is that the atheist thinks that, oh, we prove it by a telescope. If I look into my telescope and I see an old man in the sky, there's God. I can verify it. That's how you prove it. I look in the test tube. Oh, I see God. So not everything is proven in the same way. This is the crackers pantry fallacy. God again revealed himself in history.
That's not it at all. You can demonstrate things exist by, demonstrating them. You can't see barometric pressure, but you can see the effect of it over and over with repeatable tests. You can't use repeatable tests on a god that give the same conclusive results every time. So take your crackers and go and get some cheese. That's the only use for them. Saying God revealed itself in history doesn't mean it happened. You can't use an anecdote as data.
That doesn't stop the evil in the world. In fact, if you read the Bible, God committed plenty of it.
Evil. There's no evil on atheism. You cannot derive an ought from an is. There is no evil. There is no good on atheism. There is only what is. Your atheist presupposition is evil. There is no evil. There is no bad. It's your subjective taste preference.
Rather than what you think a floaty undemonstrated Skyman's opinion is, we're cutting out the middleman and actually, in most cases, making better choices. Atheists don't throw children against rocks to appease a creator. The majority of atheists don't judge people on their choice of who to love or how to present themselves. Things that benefit me and the rest of the species as a whole equals great. Things that don't, not so great. See? Easy.
It's completely ad hoc. What you think is evil, God is perfectly good. Anything God did was good. There is no good, there is no evil.
A Christian God is 100% good. What the? I mean, since we're dealing with an Orthodox Christian here, I'm going to assume that he's talking about a version of the Christian God. So, a good God would send bears to kill children, turn a man's wife into salt, hate ugly people, kill Moses, commit so much genocide because it's having a bad day. And that's not just the flood that everyone knows about, but it helped Israelites kill everyone in Jericho, Heshbon and Bashan, amongst many others. It even helped some Israelites kill 500,000 other Israelites because it was pissed off. And then there's telling folks to kill their children, killing Egyptian babies, killing a man for not making more babies, paying off debts by helping someone to murder folks, losing at a wrestling match and using God powers to cheat, killing folks for complaining, and then there's how he treated Job. Well, it does sound like 100% good. Sorry, I meant it sounds like a dick.
On atheism, there can only ever be what is. There will always be a non sequitur from you to say, oh, this is evil. Okay, where's the evil? I don't see a study on the evil. Can I look in a telescope and see the evil? Can I look in a microscope and where's the evil?
Hey, don't be mad that you can't think on your own and you need a book to tell you what's the right thing to do.
Drowning just about everything alive? Not a sign of love.
The world was incredibly evil before the flood.
What were you saying about opinions just a second ago?
Everyone knew about Noah's ark. Only the righteous and good actually believed in Noah and got on the ark.
Oh, and I'm also sure no one else had a boat back then.
The opening lines of the Bible are factually wrong. Why should we believe the rest?
How are they factually wrong? He doesn't explain how it's factually wrong. That's just your interpretation.
It's wrong because, you know, age of the universe, sciencey type things.
Nothing about Genesis is factually wrong.
Well, I guess that's where to finish this week then, because can you take a guy seriously when he says there's nothing factually inaccurate about Genesis? I mean, I know I haven't read all of it yet, but the bits I have read are ridiculous. Check out my Reading the Bible playlist.
Prayer has never fixed anything physically impossible. Why won't God heal amputees?
Jesus came and literally healed amputees. He healed so many people. There's so many miracles in the Old Testament.
Kyle talks about amputees and then proceeds to show a blind guy. Oy vey. And please, stop using the Bible as evidence. It's a collection of stories. Stories aren't proof of something happening. If they were, then the One Ring truly has been destroyed.
Still miracles to this day that happen because of prayer, because prayer can change the world.
Where? Where is that happening? Where are these prayers that are changing the world?
There are thousands of gods you don't believe in. What makes yours any different?
This is a word concept fallacy. There's a difference between gods and the one true God, the one omni-God. So these other gods are demons and idols. They are created.
Jeez, going back to what the Bible says. You don't get to say my God is the right one because my book says the other gods are demons. How did you come to the conclusion that your holy book was the one that was true when the other holy books say the exact same thing about your God?
Versus the one true God, Yahweh, the Trinity, is uncreated. He is the omni-God. These are demons and idols. They are not all powerful. They are created. It's not so much that, oh, I'm an atheist. It's that they are not the true God. There is only one God. Again, this is a word concept fallacy. It's not an argument.
No, it's not an argument. You're right, because you can't even demonstrate your God.
Where you're born essentially determines what you believe. Why should the truth be based on geography?
The same thing is true with atheism. If I'm born in an atheist country, I'm gonna probably be an atheist.
Atheist country? What the fuck?
If I'm born in a country that teaches calculus, I'm probably gonna believe in calculus.
Oh, sure, because there are so many folks around that worship calculus. FFS. What a dumb thing to say.
If I'm born in a Christian country, I'm probably gonna be Christian. It doesn't deal with true or falsity of any of the beliefs. It's just a description. This isn't even an argument. He's saying, oh, you were born in a certain country and you have these certain beliefs.
Yes, and the people in those countries think their belief is just as valid and true as you feel yours is. I agree with you in the fact that it doesn't make it any more true. It's still up to the individual to prove their claim that their God is real.
Okay, that's a good. What does that have to do with the true or false Christianity? Just because, oh, you're born to have certain beliefs, therefore there's no truth. This literally is not an argument.
It's more that he's pointing out that others feel the exact same way that you do about their potential God. It actually makes a lot of sense when you step away from belief in any deity. You realize that pretty much everyone else believes the same thing about their God. And it really just depends on where they're born for it to determine which God they're defending. For For instance, if you live in a house in a small town in northeast Kentucky, you're very likely to accept at least that the rainbow giraffe leafed be upon her is the one true God, and the Garden of Eating is somewhere near Louisville, Kentucky.
Who created God?
God's uncreated.
Universe, uncreated.
Pediatric cancer.
How does that disprove God? On Christianity, we can explain we live in a fallen world. You can read the story of Job, why bad things happen to good people. On atheism, it's a completely meaningless nothingness universe. There is no good, there is no evil. What's wrong with that? It's just, we're just bags of meat. Why does any of that matter? We're basically just biological robots.
How is that debunking the friendly atheist? Atheists think humans are bags of meat. I mean, I don't, so that's wrong. Well, surely if a god creates a fallen world and humans can get cancer, and specifically kids, we're also bags of meat in the eyes of a god. Doesn't sound very loving to me.
Unconditional love shouldn't come with a list of conditions.
This is his personal incredulity. Oh, it should be this way. Okay, it's not up to you.
The book says so.
But if unconditional love comes with any condition, it becomes conditional love. Even if that condition was, on a Tuesday I want to have a hug, then I'll love you. It becomes conditional love.
I mean, if someone really loves you, wouldn't they do something to show the works that they love you? I mean, unconditional love. God loves you no matter what.
There's a whole bloody book that has conditions in. And a God doesn't love me, a God doesn't exist.
And that love is going to feel painful if you reject God. And the conditions is because God wants what's best for you, just like your father, your mother wants what's best for you.
Contradicting here is so annoying. You literally just said God loves you unconditionally, but the conditions it does have are X, Y, and Z. You're also missing all the other ones by focusing on only positive conditions.
You know, they give you, they want you to live a certain way. If you just live in rejection of them, it's going to hurt your relationship. God does love you unconditionally, just like parents hopefully do.
Yeah, haven't spoken to my mother in over a decade. I'm probably not the best person to try and use that as a comparison for an invisible sky wizard's love.
Depending on how you love them back, it's just really difficult. And like, having those rules are to show that you love God. God gave us those rules because he loves us.
Still not convinced there's a God, so I can't accept that you think it made rules because it loves the meatballs it likes to give cancer to.
Every single supposed miracle gets debunked eventually.
Wrong. Every miracle gets debunked eventually. The miracles of Jesus haven't been debunked. The Old Testament miracles haven't debunked.
Just putting a voiceover saying wrong doesn't counter the point. And we've already said that the Bible isn't proof of the miracles, they're the claim. It's not hard, Kyle.
There are so many miracles that haven't been debunked. Again, this is just completely arbitrary. It's not an argument.
Well, I'm sorry, but it is.
Somehow, the Ten Commandments left off, don't rape people, and slavery's not okay.
It's implied in the Ten Commandments, and Jesus came and said, love your neighbor as yourself. He clarified all the teachings. He's the fulfillment of the law. We have the church that made clear teachings on this. How did we get rid of this? It was because of Christianity.
The same Christianity that tells you how you should treat your slaves.
And on atheism, why is any of that bad? There is no bad on atheism. Atheism didn't cause the abandonment of those. If we lived in an atheist society, there's nothing good or bad about those.
In an atheist society, it wouldn't have happened in the first place. So...
the movies and music that honor God are just awful.
This is not an argument at all. The movies and songs about God, therefore no God. Again, he has Protestant presuppositions. I don't like Protestant music. Listen to some Orthodox Christian chant. That will literally move your heart.
It doesn't prove a god, though. And I challenge you to not be moved by the soundtrack to The Lord of the Rings, which also doesn't prove the existence of Sauron.
They are so amazing. And watch Man of God. Orthodox Christians produce beautiful music, a beautiful liturgy, and beautiful art. And just look at the atheist postmodern art, where they like throw up, they have like pee jars and period blood. No, we have a band. God is beauty. God is truth.
I mean, I despair. This guy can't be for real, can he?
And these atheists who abandon God, their art is totally destructive and ugly and postmodern.
Just because you don't like artwork from people who don't believe in a god, it doesn't mean a god is real. This is just ridiculous now.
The invisible and the non-existent look very much alike.
Logic
No!
ethics are invisible. A lot of your arguments were ethics. Oh, the good, the bad, they're invisible.
Mathematics is invisible, but no one says that mathematics, logic, or ethics created the universe. That's not even analogous. The whole point is that some god was supposed to have interacted with what we have today, so it would need some kind of physical presence. So next?
So it must not exist according to your worldview. Because you have denied metaphysics, you've denied ethics, you've denied all these things which are essential to a worldview that must be assumed prior to living in the physical world, the metaphysical. God, the necessary precondition of that all. Not everything is proven in the same way.
Not everything's proven in the same way, huh? Well, that's clear. A god has never been proven in the same way the cheese sandwich I just ate was.
No hide-and-seek game lasts this long.
It's not a hide-and-seek game. We had all these prophecies. Jesus came, he fulfilled those, and there will be a second coming. It's not a hide-and-seek game. Again, this has nothing to do with the true or falsity of Christianity.
Dude, it's been 2,000 plus years. The second coming isn't happening. And it's funny, because it is like a game of hide-and-seek that's never finished. Just appreciate the joke, Kyle. I thought you wanted this to be a humorous space.
Science explains so much of what we used to attribute to a god.
Again, this does not address the true or falsity of Christianity. There are things assumed prior to doing science, like the uniformity of nature, induction, all of these things that need to be assumed for the possibility of doing science at all. They can't be empirically proven, like induction, uniformity of nature, logic, all of these things, yet you need to have certain presuppositions, there has to be the necessary precondition, the divine mind, the revealed God.
Well, no, you're just asserting that there does. And just saying that all this requires a god to be necessary. You're just replacing one word with God, which you still haven't demonstrated.
The more we learn, the less reason we have to believe in God.
This is completely subjective, because the more that I've learned, the more I do believe in God.
Oh, well, thank goodness you're not teaching kids then.
There are scientists who look at the world and they say there is no way this is random. And it leads them to say, no, this universe was created. So this is arbitrary. This is not an argument.
Who on earth says it was created? I've not seen a single scientist that says that, other than creationist scientists. But hey, they don't count, right?
If you try to explain your religious mythology to someone who had never heard it before, you would sound crazy. Seriously, try explaining communion wafers to someone who's never heard of Catholicism.
Someone finding it hard to believe has nothing to do with the true or falsity in the belief. It needs to be given its context. That we have this huge historical record, prophecies over hundreds of years, prophecies that make no sense unless Jesus was who he said he was.
This has got to be satire. Of course they make no sense. You're accepting that the God thing is what it says it is, to then believe that those things happened. But you haven't shown the God to be what it says it is. You're just accepting it because it's what it says it is, but you haven't shown the God to be what it is because you're just accepting... Hang on. I just got caught in circular reasoning for a second.
If God didn't exist, the world would look exactly the same way it does now.
That's a huge claim. The world would look exactly the same if no God existed. How do you know that? How do you know about all these possible worlds?
Because, and stick with me here, if a god hasn't been demonstrated to exist, and by God I mean any of them, and the world does look the way it does, then we can conclude that this is how a godless world would look. You want to say a god did it? Prove the god first, and then we can ask it why it made the world the way it did. But we can also find out why it made trillions upon trillions of other planets that it didn't put life on.
You have no knowledge of that. That is just your speculation.
It's annoying, right, when someone has no knowledge of something and just speculates, asserting it as the truth. Kyle?
The only reason we have a universe is because it was made for a purpose. It has a meaning. If things don't have meaning, things don't just randomly, the universe just randomly popped into existence.
That sentence didn't make sense. If things didn't have meaning, then things don't just pop into existence. What does that even mean?
No, you have no basis to say, if God didn't exist, the universe would be the same. You can never know that.
And yet, because no God has met the burden of proof of its existence, some of us conclude that there isn't one until it then gets demonstrated. And the world still looks the same.
If God existed, he would smite me right now.
God respects your free will. You can promote atheism. You can do whatever you want.
Okay, well then, why does the God's believers get so offended when someone says they don't believe in their sky daddy and feel the need to debunk an atheist who says they have great reasons to not believe in an invisible sky wizard?
You don't have to love God, but if you don't love God, God loves you no matter what. He has unconditional love for you. So if you die and you've rejected God's love, his love is going to feel like a stalker's love. It's going to feel very painful.
Or it's going to feel like it doesn't exist.
But if you love God, if you love the good, then that same love is gonna feel awesome. So it's all about how did you love God? Overall, leave a like. Let me know if you want me to respond to more of the friendly atheists. He seems like a nicer atheist, but all of these are nowhere close to an argument. These are just very, very low-tier atheist apologetics. A lot of his arguments were for ethics. All you have to do is question the 8 presuppositions, bring in the is-ought questions, show that their ethics are completely arbitrary, they have destroyed the possibility of ethics, it's completely self-refuting. Thank you, God bless.
So basically, if you can convince yourself that an atheist doesn't have an argument against a God's existence, that means a God does exist. No, you still have zero proof of a God. And the friendly atheist gave a fun look at why a Christian God doesn't exist, keeping it fun. I recommend checking out The Friendly Atheist if you haven't already. Great content and a thoroughly nice human. For now, I'm going to skeptic this as Kyle just making stuff up and not demonstrating anything. A big thank you to this month's top level ticks on Patreon. Addy Rockart, the Enixes, Travis, Elizabeth, Jukari and the Absolute Lunatic Jimmy, as well as all the $3 base ticks. You can become a supporter on Patreon too at patreon.com/theskeptic. The link is in the description along with links to all my other socials. Don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't already. From me, the Skeptic, stay safe, keep thinking logically and ask questions. Skepticism is the first step towards truth. See you next Saturday.
We'll be talking in just a minute about what the atheists always talk about, peer-reviewed and accredited schools. That's just a rabbit we're going to chase and hopefully get to the real topic of could God have used evolution to create the world?
Oh, jeez. Kent Hovind, the father of the man who can't add 16 and 16 together.
16 times 2? 34?
Right, Eric. Again, trying to shoehorn evolution into
34?
There's no way I can
Worse than me.
So it's time to call in some reinforcements.
What's that, boy? Somebody needs help with a Kent Hovind collab. Don't worry, Skeptic. I've got you covered.
Hello, I'm the Skeptic. I watch videos on YouTube that make extraordinary claims, whether that's evolution is fake or atheism is wrong, but mostly the claim that a god is real, and then explain why I don't accept their position. Before we start today's video, if this isn't your first Skeptic video, do the things with the buttons. That would be incredible. Also, a super thanks to those that hit super thanks in the last few videos. Elizabeth and Lars. Lisa the Rainbow Giraffe bestows many blessings your way. Leaf be upon you. I've seen Kent Hovind whack a few atheists now, and actually, I stuck up for Simon Dan in a video in 2021, but there are a couple of YouTubers who love to jump back on Kent, and Atheist Junior is one of those folks.
Hello there, Atheist Junior here, your friend and humble narrator. Always happy to help somebody on a Kent Hovind collab video because I know from experience that trying to make a video about Kent Hovind by yourself can be very exhausting, reviewing his content and having to listen to his voice endlessly. It's good to have somebody else there to sort of bear that burden, you know, kind of carry that cross. So there's nothing I would rather do than help a fellow atheist YouTuber dunk on Kent Hovind.
In this two-part video, you can find the other part on Atheist Junior's channel. The link is in the description.
We think evolution is the dumbest and most dangerous religion in the world. Religious cult. It's silly to believe that.
So the definition of a cult is a system of religious veneration or devotion directed at one object or figure, usually one person. Does that sound more like the scientific theory of evolution by natural selection or Dinosaur Adventureland run by Kent Hovind?
Right. That's not as tough to answer as you'd think. It also amazes me that the Hovinds think that atheism and evolution go hand in hand. They don't. They may live in the same town, but they're definitely not dating.
3 things I try to accomplish. Number 1, I want to strengthen your faith in the Word of God. We believe the Bible is absolutely true, cover to cover. Even the cover says Kent Hovind. We believe that part. I do anyway. Secondly, if you're not saved, we want to get you saved. And third, if you're saved and not doing much for the Lord, we're going to try to make you uncomfortable. Find something to do. There's a war going on, soldier. Pick up a weapon. Do something. Shoot, take care of the wounded. Do something.
If you're not saved, we want to save you. From what? Why does Kent make it sound like he cares in one breath, but in the next, like he's happy to go out and shoot folks? Either he does care and wants all people to be safe in his definition of the word, or he wants to use physical violence to convince people of things.
Well, Kent, I can confidently assure you that you make people who aren't safe just as uncomfortable. And in your metaphor, what are the weapons? Who are the wounded? What does any of this mean? What war are you talking about? And finally, what is your problem with people who play video games? Leave us alone. You don't want the gamers to rise up against you, Ken Hovind.
Let's see, I want to hear the Lord say this at the end of my life. I want him to say, Ken, well done. What's he going to say about you? What has he given you and what are you doing with it? I'm a little worried. He's going to say, Ken, I gave you this much and you did this much. What happened here? I'm working on it. Okay.
This is what Ken Hovind actually believes, that when he gets to heaven, God is going to look down on him and say, son, I gave you so much talent and intelligence. You only got 4 PhDs? 4? Why not more of them?
Why didn't they just say 1,000,000 games, 1,000,000,000, infinity, sky's the limit when you don't give a
What's more worrying is that you can get a PhD with a blatantly obvious grammatical error in the first sentence of your dissertation. As an evangelist, God has given me the opportunity to teach and preach the wonderful story of his wonderful creation. I didn't realize God was an evangelist.
My husband asked if he had any annoying habits, and then he got all offended during the PowerPoint presentation. Today we're going to chase one rabbit about peer-reviewed, and we may only get to chase that rabbit. He's running pretty fast. If there's time, we're going to go on to another one, the real message. Could God have used evolution to create? Now we're talking about peer-reviewed journals. How many have heard him complain about that stuff? Why don't Hovind publish in a peer-reviewed journal and stuff like that? Okay. Who is considered your peer? A peer is someone at your own level. If you're a 10th grader, other high school students are your peers. Peer comes from the Latin par, which means equal. On a par with. When you are on par with someone, you are their peer. What is peer review? The review process tries to ensure that only the highest quality research is published. Stop right there. Obviously, there's a flaw in the thinking. If your peers agree, then how do you get new research? How do you get anybody to change the status quo? Okay.
No, the problem is not with peer review. The problem is with your understanding of peer review. I mean, you just read the definition, and you're already misrepresenting it. The peer review process subjects an author's scientific research to the scrutiny of others who are experts in the same field, aka peers. Peer review is designed to address the validity, originality, and quality of articles before publication.
It's like when they confuse theory with scientific theory.
3 of my peers thought it would be cool to see if the hammer would fit in my mouth. How do you tell your mom you got a hammer stuck in your mouth and you can't get it out? How many of you ever did something dumb as a kid? Come on now, you know, okay.
Oh, this wordplay is annoying. If I keep saying the word peers, I'll convince the audience that it all means the same thing.
Well, when I was a kid, one time at daycare, I got a tambourine stuck on my head, and they had to call the fire department to remove it. But that's not relevant. And this is irrelevant. I mean, these are children. This is not an example of peer review. These aren't scientists submitting an article for publication. But what would a Kent Hovind video be without wild misrepresentations of the topic that he's trying to debunk?
I really hope the tambourine story's true, AJ.
So is it true when I was in daycare I got a tambourine stuck on my head?
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Oh, God.
Well, they couldn't get it off, so they didn't know what to do. So they, there's some kind of grease they put on, and they eased it off your head.
Okay, I love you.
Love you too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
That is gold. And your mum sounds like a sweet lady.
Peer review is the process by which experts in the subject area review an article and provide their feedback. Journals typically have between 1 and 3 reviewers, so they can publish an article if one person agrees with them. Well, duh, you can publish anything, okay? Not all scientists believe in evolution. A study by 33 scientists shows squid came to Earth from outer space on meteors. That was a comment on my channel. I said, it's peer-reviewed, it's got to be true. 33 scientists agree.
And are you going to get the definition right at any point in this video? That paper had 33 authors. So a paper has an author, and then it is submitted for peer review. The authors are not the peers.
I'm pretty sure that paper is only a fun look at a possibility and shouldn't be taken as fact. It's just a cool way of looking at how the universe could potentially influence changes here on Earth. If you don't believe that RNA from space rocks influenced Earth-based creatures' evolution, it doesn't suddenly mean that all evolutionary theory is debunked. Science isn't saying this is what happened. It's saying there's a small chance it could have happened. Let's explore it.
Alan Savoy, what is science? He did a great one. Google that one. Almost all things new to science and improved come from outside the peer-reviewed process. You can watch that video. I played it the other day. But he said at the end, those classic. The brightest candle makers couldn't even think about electric light.
It doesn't surprise me that Alan Savoy would be critical of peer review because the peer review process has not been kind to him or his scientific claims, and he does not take criticism well, much like like Kent Hovind. So I'm going to read some quotes from this article on SierraClub.org. Savoy's apostasy is based on a controversial idea that we need more cows, not fewer, grazing on the world's grasslands, prairies, and deserts. The arid and semi-arid 2/3 of Earth's land surface or soil is especially susceptible to drying out and eroding as the climate warms.
No!
This process is known as desertification and is estimated to be degrading an area the size
Wait.
of Pennsylvania worldwide.
10% is still just 25.
Savoy's big claim is that the
Better.
science about desertification is wrong.
Wait, that's not even
Notably,
10%,
the
it was
idea that
5,
cow
right?
grazing always contributes to degradation in what he calls
No, it is
rural
10.
landscapes. I'd come prepared with literature critical of his ideas and had been citing it. He rolled his eyes in exasperation and shook his head. Counter evidence I had been referencing says this: when there are too many cows in places with intermittent or little rain, where the vegetation is brittle and the soil fragile, the animals spell trouble. Overgrazing denudes the soil and produces erosion, which leads to a landscape where plants can't revive and grow. At least 8.4 billion acres on the planet are grazed, and 73% of that land is suffering from some form of land degradation, according to the International Journal of Biodiversity. The problem is perhaps worse across arid lands where plants evolved with almost no exposure to large grazers, such as in the mountainous west of the United States, where savory happens to live. Since that initial study was conducted, savory has faced a new wave of scrutiny. A group of US-based rangeland scientists, led by David Brisk, a professor in the Department of Ecosystem Science and Management at Texas A&M University, stated flatly that Savoy's method cannot green deserts or reverse climate change. Savoy's claims are not only unsupported by scientific information, but they are often in direct conflict with it. Brisk's study, published in the Journal of Society for Range Management in 2013, concluded, "We find all of Mr. Savoy's major claims to be unfounded." And one final quote from Savoy: "You'll find the scientific method never discovers anything." So yeah, I don't put much stock in anything that this guy says.
You took the words right out of my open circle.
He that walketh with wise men shall be wise, but the companion of fools shall be destroyed. 3 of my peers thought it would be cool to see if we could all land in the same spot. Ooh.
Does Kent Hovind not know how to spell the word thought? This is the same guy who will get after atheists for making spelling mistakes in their comments, or PZ Myers for spelling the word whack wrong in his Whack an Atheist video. Hypocrite.
Also, that's the same person at different sections of their full, right?
Thou shalt not raise a false report, nor put thine hand with the wicked. Don't hang around wicked people, right? Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil. This is God giving Moses the commandments to give to the people. They came out of Egypt. They'd been slaves for a couple hundred years. God said, "Moses, I got a whole bunch of stuff I want to tell these people. We're going to build a whole new nation, the Jews." And he gave them the 10 Commandments in chapter 20, and now he's still talking about things that they need to learn. Don't follow a multitude to do evil. Matthew 7, enter in at the straight gate, for wide is the gate and broad is the way that leadeth to destruction, and many there be that go in thereat. Be not conformed to this world. It doesn't matter what the world thinks. What's truth? That's what I tell people in these debates. I don't care what the majority thinks. What's true? The majority's been wrong thousands of times down through history.
Yes, and then science determines where it went wrong and gives a more accurate description of what's happening. It seems a shame to keep pointing back to hundreds and thousands of years ago when we have a more accurate understanding of things today, thanks to the resources and understanding now available to us.
This is coming from the same person who will argue that Christianity is true because the Bible is the world's best-selling book, or use the fact that a majority of people in the United States believe in creationism, whether or not it's young Earth or old Earth, to bolster his argument. He likes pointing out how science has been wrong in the past, like bloodletting. Well, Kent, how do you think that science self-corrects itself and improves? Through peer review.
They will not endure sound doctrine. Paul warned Timothy in 2 Timothy chapter 4. They shall turn away their ears from the truth and shall be turned unto fables like evolution. I added that part. Adulterers and adulteresses, know ye not that friendship of the world is enmity with God? He instructed me that I should not walk in the way of this people. The Lord spake unto me with a strong hand. Yeah. Hitler and his peers reviewed plans to invade Russia. Didn't they review plans to have concentration camps where 230,000 children died, as well as 6 million other people? It was all peer reviewed. Taliban peer reviews their plans, how to take over the world and kill anybody who won't join them, right?
I'm shocked. Are you adding to the word of God? I don't think the KJV mentions the word evolution. And seriously, the Taliban peer reviewed their acts of terrorism before carrying them out? Okay, well, then the Inquisition and the Crusades were peer reviewed. The KKK was peer reviewed. Anders Breivik peer reviewed his acts before he
killed 60 people. This is ridiculous. This is obviously warping the definition of peer review because you want to try and demonize it and demonize scientists. And I'm not going to let you get away with it. Not on my watch.
We could be peers of Kent's, in that we're human and talk about evolution sometimes. We could then say we don't accept anything of what he says, and by his definition, we'd be right. So this could just get very awkward.
Accredited universities in Iraq. All those universities are accredited. They have 62 more rows of them. You know, I bet if a student or if a teacher, either one, got up in class and said, you know, I don't believe Muhammad was a prophet. If they did that in a Iraqi university, what would happen to them? Yeah, hung or head cut off or something. Stalin and his peers approved many things that were evil. Why did Stalin suppress religion in the Soviet Union? Joseph Stalin became leader in 1922. As part of his regime, Lenin's successor, Stalin, tried to enforce atheism on the Republic. The new socialist man, Stalin argued, was an atheist one. And atheism depends completely upon evolution.
Does Kent just not listen to anything? I'm sure he's been told that the origin of species has nothing to do with atheism. It's simply the position that atheists aren't convinced by the claims that there's a god. You technically could be an atheist and still think that a robot civilization grew creatures in a test tube and released them into the wild. You just don't believe there's a god, Kent.
Wow, how many wrong things can you say in the span of a couple seconds? No, if you said that in Iraqi college, you would not instantly be executed. Kent, I know you don't know this, but not every person who lives in Iraq is a Muslim, nor are they an ISIS terrorist. And atheism is not based on evolution. No matter how much you lie about it in your seminar, The Dangers of Evolution, doesn't make it true.
You have to have an explanation. How did we get here? We're here. There's two choices. Somebody made the world or the world made itself.
So we have two fallacies here from Kent Hovind. The first is a false dichotomy. The two choices he presents are not the only two choices. And the second is conflating evolution with abiogenesis. Evolution is just the increase of biodiversity of animals on Earth, and abiogenesis is the origin of life on Earth.
Also, made itself sounds weird. Does he think that one day an early Earth sprouted some arms and started putting things into places? Of course, that false dichotomy is something that comes up a lot with theists. If the Earth didn't form by natural means, that doesn't mean a god must have done it, like you said, AJ.
And the only option running for the world made itself is evolution.
Evolution is the scientific description given to explaining the diversifying and changes in species over time. Evolution has nothing to do with how universes, planets, and galaxies are formed. That's astrophysics, Kent.
Yeah, the formation of the Earth has nothing to do with the evolution of life on Earth. The Earth formed when asteroids, dust, and gas was orbiting around the early sun, and gravity drew these things closer and closer together until it formed a planetesimal. And then this process just kept going until you have the Earth and the early moon. But that's not evolution. You're conflating the formation of the Earth with evolution by natural selection.
From 1928 till World War II, the dictator, that would be Stalin, shuttered the churches, means he closed the doors, synagogues and mosques, and ordered the killing and imprisonment of thousands of religious leaders in an effort to eliminate the concept of God. Why? Stalin tried to stamp out religion in the Soviet Union. He led a uniquely brutal campaign against religion and religious leaders. Stalin was the ultimate atheist and evolutionist.
If Stalin was the ultimate evolutionist, then I have two questions. Why did he command all copies of On the Origin of Species to be burned? And why did he appoint somebody in Lysenko to be the Tsar of Agriculture if Lysenko vehemently disbelieved in all of Darwin's theories about plant growth and how to grow food and evolution? Answer me that.
Stalin may not have believed in a god, but that doesn't make all non-believers just like Stalin. Just like all theists, and I'm not talking about anyone in particular here, but not all theists own dinosaur theme parks, go to prison for domestic violence, or misrepresent peer review. That tarring would be completely unfair.
It ties together, folks. When the end of era of communism rule began in 1917, religion was seen as a hindrance to the socialist society. Karl Marx, the co-author of the Communist Manifesto, declared, "Communism begins where atheism begins." Joseph Stalin, second leader of the Soviet Union, tried to enforce militant atheism on the Republic. The new socialist man, Stalin argued, was an atheist one, free of religious chains that helped to bind him to class oppression. From 28 to World War II, put in some restrictions finally. This, people don't understand how important this evolution battle is. It starts in kindergarten. They give the kids a dinosaur or a book about dinosaurs. I don't have one here. What's the first sentence in the book always say? Millions of years ago. The propaganda starts in kindergarten, in pre-kindergarten. I'm sick of it.
It's not propaganda when it can be demonstrated that there are, indeed, millions of years to look back at.
You're sick of it, or you are mad because you want to get to those same kids first.
Satan, for years, has used dinosaurs to teach kids the lie of evolution. I think Christians should use them. They're God's missionary lizards. Use them to teach people the truth of creation. You can reach kids who can't even read yet.
A side note, propaganda is what British people do when they want to look at something really well.
We're going to do something about it here at Dinosaur Adventureland. God made the dinosaurs with Adam and Eve. Mao Zedong and his peers approved stealing all the food and starving millions of people. He killed 70 million people. Guess what? In communist China today, there's a whole long list. 938 accredited universities. I bet they teach communism, don't they? I bet they don't teach anything about creation, do they? Say, hey, it's accredited. The peers have reviewed it. North Korea has all kinds of colleges and universities. 24 more rows here, so 27 universities that are peer-reviewed in North Korea. You think they teach anything against communism in North Korea? You think they teach anything against evolution in North Korea? What would happen if I spoke at the university in North Korea? Peer-reviewed? I'm not impressed with that. Vlad the Impaler and his peers approved killing people, 20% of the population. He would take his enemies, get a long pole sticking up out of the ground, sharpen the end, stick them on it butt first, and make it come out their mouth, and let them watch them squirm and die. He impaled people, and by the thousands, just to watch them die. The guy was an absolute demonically possessed moron. Okay? Generals agreed with him. Yeah, boss, let's do it to that guy. Okay. Saddam Hussein, dictator in Iraq. Let's see. His policies made the way for the death of not less than 2 million.
What did he just call him?
Eye gouging, beatings, severe shocks. He recorded several tortures and deaths to watch them later. He was found guilty of crimes against humanity and was hanged in 2006, finally. But hey, while he was general, his peers reviewed it and approved it, didn't they?
So you think Saddam Hussein, the dictator, had to submit his ideas to peer review before he carried them out? That's not what a dictator does. Dictators just do whatever they want. Kind of the definition of being a dictator.
Exactly! This constant misrepresentation is frustratingly annoying. It doesn't cement Kent's position, it just exposes how little he really understands about anything.
Famous people who never went to college. They didn't get a peer-reviewed degree, did they? A lot of famous people, real famous people. Billionaires never went. Why, a college degree is worthless. They're going to brainwash you. Bill Gates, billionaire college dropouts. Presidents without college degree. List of presidents without college degrees. George Washington, James Monroe, Jackson, Van Buren, Harrison, Taylor, wow, Abe Lincoln. It's not important that you get a peer-reviewed degree. Semmelweis, a Hungarian physician who pioneered the use of antiseptics, he said he was appalled because I think it was 20 or 30% of the patients that came into the hospital died after surgery of any kind. He said, guys, I think we need to put a policy in where you have to wash your hands. That was it. Wash your hands. After the doctor would perform an autopsy, cutting up a dead body to learn more anatomy, then he would just brush the dirt off and go in and deliver mama's baby. And most of them died. They couldn't figure it out. He said, guys, they didn't know about germs. They didn't have microscopes. He said, how about everybody wash their hands and then go do that? It expelled him from several hospitals. I forget what all happened to the poor guy. Finally, I think he went insane because he knew what was right, but the peers didn't agree. Yeah, okay. Is Princeton accredited? What does that mean, accredited? It's regionally accredited. Oh, what does that mean? The Middle States Commission on Higher Education. This accreditation indicates that a voluntary non-governmental association has found the university promotes educational excellence with diverse missions, student populations, and resources. Classes began for Princeton with 10 students, young men, who met for class at in the parlor of Reverend Jonathan Dickinson. Is Princeton accredited? Well, depends what you mean.
I'm not really sure what relevance famous people not going to college has. No famous people are asking you to kill babies to live with them in an afterlife. This is just to muddy the waters to make a very weird point even weirder. It doesn't get us anywhere closer to proving the existence of a creator or theistic evolution or whatever.
I can give you one example of the difference between an unaccredited school and one that's accredited. Usually, when you submit a dissertation, when you're trying to get a PhD, you can have between 3 and up to 5 people reviewing it. But Kent only had one person review his dissertation at Patriot Bible College, and it was the president of the school.
How many teachers spoke out against Hitler in Germany, you think? A few But first, yeah, Stalin had any dissenters rounded up and imprisoned or executed. How many teachers in Russian schools spoke out against Stalin or communism? North Korea still has dissenters rounded up and imprisoned or executed. They're going on right now, but it's peer-reviewed. All their professors say it's okay to do that. Anybody who doesn't agree with communism, shoot them. Yep, that'll work. Round them up, execute them, lock them up. You guys get so bent out of shape, what the atheists do, over peer-reviewed and accredited. You need to stop and think, okay? Get outside the box.
Let me get this straight. You're comparing Stalin's communist government or Hitler's Germany, who had anybody who disagreed or dissented with them rounded up and imprisoned or executed. You're comparing that with peer review, where scientific authors submit their research papers to their peers who disagree with them on purpose? This comparison makes no sense at all. It's ridiculous.
Exactly, AJ.
Peer reviewed. Yeah, right. And you dissent? Oh yeah, we'll torture you till you confess, until you agree with us. It happens all the time. How many teachers in China speak out against communism or teach on creation? Aren't my videos subtitled in Chinese? A couple different languages, a couple different Chinese dialects, I think. And they're going around, we get stuff sneaked out of there, brought out of there, saying, hey, your videos are making a difference in China. Keep it up, okay? They have dissenters rounded up and imprisoned or executed. Muslim countries still have dissenters rounded up and imprisoned or executed. Is it possible in Muslim countries to speak out against Islam or Muhammad? Hey, it's peer-reviewed, and it's accredited university. Oh yeah, round them up, line them up, shoot them all. Yep, okay. Happens by the hundreds. Muslim countries still do this. Line them up, kill them. Okay? Dissenters are rounded up and imprisoned or executed. Where do Christians face the most persecution? There it is. North Korea is the worst. Fulani Muslim herdsmen massacred Christians in Nigeria. They dared to not, go along with the program. Weren't peer reviewed. Universities in America don't beat or imprison or execute dissenters yet.
What Kent could do, and this is just constructive criticism now, but what he could do to make better arguments is not jumble stuff up in such a way that he makes very little to no sense. This is now getting so off topic that it's becoming farcical. You don't get your point across by confusing your opponent. Slow down, Kent. Slow down.
Oh my gosh, Skeptic, did you know about this? That American universities are planning to start imprisoning, torturing, and executing people who don't believe in evolution? And Kent, the word you were looking for was smuggled. They would be smuggled in or out of China. Although if the situation is as dire as you claim, how is it that people in China are able to watch your DVDs at all? Or is it like North Korea, where they're huddled under a blanket with a TV in front of them, watching Lies in the Textbook? And then they hear a banging on the door. You're watching Lies in the Textbook. To the gulag for you. No, this is more fear-mongering, trying to demonize scientists, science, and peer review, and it's getting really old. Is this the only argument you have, Kent Hovind? Or is it just going to be this one repeated over and over again for the rest of the video? It's going to be the same argument, isn't it? Well, I guess me and Skeptic better get comfortable.
Oh, yeah. Let me pull up a chair.
But they sure fire teachers and fail students if they disagree. Michael Denny, Texas Tech University in Lubbock, Texas. Michael Denny, Associate Professor of Biology. This is the third criteria for receiving a letter of recommendation from Dr. Denny to pursue a career in medicine. He taught biology, did all the programs, answered all the questions, and wanted to get them to approve him for a doctor. The university said, if you set up an appointment to discuss the writing of a letter of recommendation, I will ask you, how do you think human species originated? What does that have to do if a guy's qualified to be a doctor?
Yes, of course doctors and public health officials should have a competent understanding of the history of human evolution, aka paleoanthropology. I'll give you one example. Geneticists have been studying fruit flies for decades, not just because they have a short generation time, but because the genes and brains of fruit flies are so similar to humans that we can actually learn about curing Alzheimer's disease from them.
Q. Well, where are the transition fossils of fruit flies and humans?
What does that have to do with it? But in the university, that's important. You've got to believe in evolution. If you cannot truthfully and forthrightly affirm a scientific answer to this question, by the way, none of you atheists can give a scientific answer to that question. You can give a religious answer. You believe we came from a monkey of some kind.
More Kent Hovind misrepresentations. I don't believe we came from a monkey. I accept that, given the evidence, humans and other apes all share a common ancestor. There's nothing religious about it. That's like saying it's religious to think my wife's going to bring me a cup of tea in the morning. Stop trying to twist things so you can try it with the gotcha moments. It just doesn't work.
But Skeptic, trying to spring gotcha moments on atheists is all Kent Hovind really has here. You see, there's a quote from Aaron Ra about Kent that I really like. He says that it's not about truth, it's about appearances. So it doesn't matter if you and me are convinced by Kent's arguments. What matters to him is that the people in the room with him, or the people at Dinosaur Adventureland, think that he had a good, witty retort to what was just said.
You cannot give a scientific answer. You should not seek my recommendation for admittance to further education in the biomedical sciences. In we're going to stop you from getting a degree. Really. Why do I ask this question? Let's consider the situation of one wishing to enter medical school. Whereas medicine is historically rooted first in the practice of magic and later in religion, modern medicine is an endeavor that springs from the sciences, biology first among these. The central unifying principle of biology is the theory of evolution, which includes both micro and macro evolution, and which extends to all species. How can someone who does not accept the most important theory in biology expect to properly practice in a field that is so heavily based on biology? It's hard to imagine how this can be, but it's easy to imagine how physicians who ignore or neglect the Darwinian aspects of medicine, this is Michael Denny preventing somebody from getting a recommendation letter, can make bad clinical decisions. The current crisis in antibiotic resistance is a result of such decisions. Because they don't believe in evolution, now we got a crisis.
So back when Michael Denny still had this policy at Texas Tech saying that he wouldn't write a letter of recommendation for students who couldn't affirm a scientific definition of the history of human evolution, there were still 100 other faculty members that students could have gone to for such a letter. Writing a letter of recommendation is voluntary. It's at the discretion of the teacher if they think the student deserves it. Also, he no longer has this policy. I noticed that Ken Hoven's slides didn't mention that.
It seems that he definitely likes to only include things that add a little bit of, I guess we can call it credibility, but in the loosest terms, to what he's trying to say. Whew, that was a lot in a short amount of time. Well, it turns out that kicking Kent is a lot of fun. I'm not entirely sure what his point was in the video, maybe just to see how much word salad one man can throw out in 40-something minutes. Did he even demonstrate that a god used evolution to create the world, or was it weird distraction techniques that actually got nowhere? I'm glad you were here for this, AJ. Where can we find you?
Wow, that was probably the most thorough kicking of Kent Hovind I've done ever. Thank you to Skeptic for collabing with me and all of his viewers. Please subscribe to my channel. I usually stream about once a week. Yeah, I usually don't do pre-recorded videos like this, but I sort of made an exception, so I'm learning as I go here. But yeah, I hope you guys will check out my channel and check out my other videos. If you like seeing Kent Hovind get whacked, then I've got a ton of content like that. So check it out and give me a follow.
Find the other part of this video on Atheist Junior's channel, go and check that out and let us know what you thought of the video in the section below. Let's skeptic this as a successful Kent kicking. A big thank you to this month's ticks on Patreon, MISM, Addy Rockart, the Enixes, Travis, and the absolute lunatic Jimmy, as well as all the base ticks. You can become a supporter on Patreon too at patreon.com/theskeptic. The link is in the description along with links to all my other socials. Don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't already. From me, the Skeptic, stay safe, keep thinking logically and ask questions. Skepticism is the first step towards truth. See you next Saturday.
Welcome again, everyone. Just taking half an hour break, and we're here to undertake the humble task of debunking misinformation and misconception about evolution once and for all. I'm not sure we're going to do that today, but we're going to try to. I'd like you to please join me in welcoming Aaron Ra and Dave Farina. How are you guys?
Pretty good. Yep, doing well.
Fantastic. Well, we're going to get straight into it because folks have been waiting for this for quite some time. And we said we're going to tackle it from the Zakir Naik level in evolution, which is the one, he's a medical doctor apparently. And I think this one has to be blatant because if you're related to science in any way or form, you would know the basic understanding of the difference between a scientific theory and a scientific hypothesis, or a hypothesis, and he's using the crowd's ignorance to appeal to the commonsensical, colloquial meaning of the word theory. And I'd like to start with Aaron and see what you think about this.
Well, since you mentioned Zakir Naik, I wanted to throw out there a little.
Hello, I'm MC Toon, and it is Tuesday night. That means we've got a debate. And tonight, we've got a debate. It is part 2 of my conversation with SOM, or SOM, or the SOM stand. What does SOM stand for again?
Same old me, same old music.
I thought it was Sound of Music.
Yeah, anything you could put anything.
You can put anything. Can you put Buffalo Bill's Flying Circus in there?
Yeah, if it, as long as it goes with the initials.
Just get creative on spelling. That's it.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Well, what in case people are unaware of who you are, because the legend of Psalm may not have reached all of the globe yet. Can you let people know who you are?
Yeah,
Hi,
sure.
Killman.
Psalm
56.
Is, a pizza lover.
What do you mean, what's happening? We. Yes, I was listening to Flat Earthers being idiots. Whoops, I forgot that I'm not melee. I don't have to weird. I don't have to do weird dances. And before you ask, I'm playing the game, the Dreamcast version emulated on PC. Sadly, Dolphin does not have achievement support yet. They cannot play the GameCube version. Nope, 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 nope. No. You're still here? Ah! No. Uh-oh. Yeah. Yep, that was exactly why I've been running out there. Well, it depends. Let's just say, what do you want to play? Like, do you want to play with others? Do you just want to play single player? Do you want to? Well, I obviously do not care about original hardware. So, do you want to play on original hardware? Yeah. Also, which version do you want to play? There's basically 3 fundamentally different versions. I'm basically playing the worst one. I'm playing the original Dreamcast version. This is just episode 1. Then there is the GameCube, Xbox, and PC. Well, wait, actually no. There's the Xbox and GameCube version, which is basically just this game with well, actually no, it's a massively upgraded Dreamcast version that has like at least 50% more content. And then there is the very last PC version, that the Blue Burst version, which has episode 4 in it. which is another huge upgrade. Well, yeah, it is a huge upgrade, and it also has like another 50% more. Well, actually, no, it's not that. The episode 4 is not that big, but it's still a lot more content. Yeah. The best looking and best running. Well, if you're just looking for that, play Blue Burst on PC. If that's all you want to do, play Blue Burst on PC on a private server. Yeah. Yeah, most people did not play the later stuff. Well, most people didn't even play online back in the day. I also did not. I played Blue Burst in 2011, 2012 on a private server. Even at that time, because I think the original servers closed down in like 2010 or something like that. But if you really wanted to, you can still play on. You could even play online on GameCube, or I know that the GameCube and the Dreamcast version it still work on the original consoles. I mean, you can't go on the original official servers, but there are custom servers. But well, as I said before, I'm playing emulated, and I'm playing the Dreamcast version because I'm playing with achievements. Like I'm playing. That's also why that's in the in my not headline. What's it called? The line that my name is called. Oh god, I forgot the word. The hashtag retro achievements. That's basically, if you know, well, you probably know what Steam is, or you have played on Xbox 360 or PS3. There does exist something similar to that. It's well, which is retro achievements. Yeah, this is retro achievement. It's basically I'm just getting achievements for this game right now. Sadly, as I said before, the GameCube does not have integration for that yet. And it will probably take another few years before that becomes a thing. Well, which disc are you talking about? The Xbox one? And let's just say there is ways around owning the original disc. That would be another thing, well, I would ask you, like, are you okay with maybe not owning the original game? It did not say that, by the way. You misheard what I just said. actually do own the original GameCube game, the European version. But I could if I wanted to. No, I cannot. I don't have the ROM of the GameCube version installed right now, or rather, I've kicked it off of my SS. Oh no, wait. I forgot to kick it off of my hard drive again. But as you can see, I could also right now play this version online. This is the GameCube version. This also works. It does not have to be the well, I do not have to. Well, I also own a GameCube. I could play on the GameCube on a private server online right now, but you can also use Dolphin, the emulated game, to connect to the same servers if you have a PC that can handle this. And as you can see, like, this also works. It's no problem at all. This one actually is just much better than the original. Yeah. But yeah, well, I agree to what you just wrote. As I said, if you really want, just play Blueburst. Blueburst is by far the best version. The only problem is that I do not know right now how, which private server is a good one, but I think there's still one or two online that are permanently, well, do not randomly shut down or anything. But I have not looked into that, so I cannot give you a recommendation on which private server to play on. Because, as I said, I haven't done it. I just know that they are there, but I will also not play on them because I'm addicted to achievements. I'm just getting the achievements on this version, and I'm basically desperately waiting for the for Dolphin, well, GameCube/Wii emulation to finally get achievements. PlayStation 2 achievements were just added in August, I think, last year. But the Dolphin thing could still take a few years in the worst case. Cheat. Oh, you want to play solo? Well, then you don't even have to, like, think about the private servers. You can just... yeah, not do that. No! Oh yeah, Aphania. Aphania. That's one of, or that is the Blueburst server, I think. Oh, Epiphania? Epiphania? I don't know. That one. I know the name, and I think that's the Blueburst server to play on, but I'm not 100% sure. Cheat. Oh, and by the way, I said that before. I did play Blueburst in the past, in like 2010 or 11. And it was fun, but there was a huge problem. I don't know if that was Aphania or whatever it's called. But I had the problem that the EXP were way too high in my opinion. Also the drop rates were too high. I just got way too much stuff and leveled up too fast. Also the problem is if you are online all the time, well, I think you can turn it off, but I did not turn it off, so I had people joining all the time that were just way too high and basically just one-shot everything. Basically, the only reason why I was online was because I wanted people to join that were on my level. But very rarely did join people that weren't like 50 plus level above me. And what the result of that was that I was level 70 or something like that in 20 hours, I think. 15, 20 hours at max. I think it was much less, actually. And that was not fun, but I was also too lazy to search for people that wanted to play normally, just grind through the game. So, yeah, that kind of soured the game for me, or rather, Blueburst / private server Blueburst. So if you ever want to play online with other people, I would recommend searching for people that actually want to level with you and not carry you through whatever you're playing at and just one-shot everything for you. Also, if I remember correctly, there wasn't even the level cap that you have in the normal game, or in the GameCube version and Xbox as well, where you had to reach a certain level to join in multiplayer on difficulties. You know what I mean? In the GameCube version, and I think the Xbox version is more or less 100% the same than the GameCube version. Where you had to have, I think you had to be level 40 to join into multiplayer with others on very hard. I think it was 60 or 70 for ultimate, and I think level 20 for hard. That also did not exist on Blueburst. And because of that, yeah, people just join others randomly, like level 1 people just join people. Whoops. To get carried through ultimate. You know, that the people that you could be playing with are just joining level 150s or whatever in ultimate forest, and they just carry them through that. And they are basically level 50 or something after one run. It's very, very, very dumb. But as I said, I don't know if Aphania does the same things or if they changed stuff or whatever. I just don't know. I can't help you with that. But as you already said, if you want to play alone anyways, all of this does not really concern you, except if they changed the drops and if they changed the drops and experience. Yeah, I also only played local multiplayer. We didn't even have well, none of us had the broadband adapter. And even nowadays, I have the broadband adapter. Oh god, for the PS2. But finding that thing for the GameCube is a task by itself. I'm pretty sure that thing probably costs like at least, I would guess, $50 or something on eBay or Amazon or whatever. I would be shocked if that thing sells below 50 bucks. Because nobody had that thing. Also, the only reason why I have the PlayStation 2 version of it is because you needed in the past, you needed that thing to soft mod your PlayStation. But I don't use my PlayStation 2 anymore. I changed to emulation completely. I mean, I switched to emulation completely. There is no games anymore that do not run at least well, decent on the emulator. And yeah, I can't stand the original looks of the games. They just look awful on newer screens. Also, I do not even play games anymore that do not have achievements. Do you have any other question? I mean, I'm not that super knowledgeable about the game, but I guess... Ah, shit. I guess there's maybe something I can answer. Or some things. No, go away. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Sega has PSO2, and PSO2 is pretty garbage in my opinion. But I think they are making a lot of fucking money with that game. I don't know if PSO2 ever gets better if you play it more. But the problem is, in the beginning of the game, it just feels like a fucking mobile game. Also, well, while you level through the first, basically, tutorial, which is like 2 or 3 hours long, like, the tutorial in this game is just absolute torture. There is so much stuff you can and have to do all the time. And, yeah, even that is just complete, well, the problem is, in that tutorial, you're also basically one-shotting everything all the time. Because, like in mobile games, you get a lot of boosts all the time just by finishing missions and basically pressing the right buttons that the mission or quest or whatever tells you to do. And you basically have, for hours on end, you have like plus 20% damage, plus 10% that, plus 50% that. You have so many buffs stacked all the time that you, as I said, you're basically playing with cheats. And I do not know. I've got into a question after a few hours. I think that was actually the first quest after the tutorial. And I don't know if I was just too shit, but I basically died even with my buffs. I died in the first or second room, and I was like, oh cool, the game gets better now, I can actually die. But then I realized, oh my god, what happens the second my buffs go out? Oh my god. And then I deinstalled the game and never played it again. I'm pretty sure PSO is basically unplayable if you, as soon as the buffs go out. You basically, I think at least, that you have to constantly rebuy, like with actual money. Yeah, you basically have to rebuy the buffs to enjoy the game, I think. I'm not 100% sure, but that's basically why I dropped the game and never played it again. Oh, and hello, Lentis Greyfield. Oh god. I do not like this room. Why do they not die? Oh wait, I did not read what you asked me. Wait a second. I've been running around in circles for a few minutes. I'll read your question in a second. Is PSO episode 1 and 2 in the new PSO? You mean if... what do you mean? Episode 2 in Blueburst? Or what do you mean? If that was the question, yes, episode 1 and 2 are in Blueburst. Blueburst is, well, basically more weapons and stuff, and I think a few more mechanics. And, well, episode 4. If you didn't know, there is a episode 3, but that's a card game. Oh, and there's the question, or there is the answer for your question about the experience and drop rates. And thank you for giving your insight into that. Sorry, I was not laughing about you. But thanks for that information. And as I said, I've never played on Ephania. I think maybe what I played in 2010 was Ephania, but I highly recommend to activate the purist whatever command, because those shenanigans with item drops and EXP nonsense, also the like people or the carry through the game culture soured my experience pretty badly. Like, there was basically no people I could play with, because everybody was just letting themselves carry through Ultimate the second they logged in for the first time. Oh, and Lantis, do you know? Well, you're obviously playing on Ephania. Is there a level cap for multiplayer? Because the server I played on back in the day did not have that. So basically, they removed, well, or they added the ability to just join like level 150 dudes into Ultimate. And that's what everybody did. They just joined people and did, well, just let themselves get carried through, well, Ultimate, and were like level 60 after 20 minutes. Which was very, very, very stupid. Oh no, Killman, you cannot use your X. Oh yeah, you can use your controller on... Wait, no, actually? I'm trying to remember if the that game, if the Blueburst version I played was actually playable with a controller, but I think it was. I'm like 75% sure you can use controllers, but yeah, maybe Lantis knows if you can use controllers on Blueburst. I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure I did, but as I said, it could also just be a brain fart. Man, dude, playing this game and reading the chat and also talking at the same time is pretty hard. Because I usually do all of this like 3 times faster. I mean, I'm used to talking while I'm playing. I'm usually streaming World of Warcraft, but that's much easier. Yeah. Especially because if in World of Warcraft you sell a few items, you can actually buy them back. And not, well, sell your best weapon and be screwed because the game's gone. The item's gone. And you have to regrind that item for maybe hundreds of hours. If it was a really good item. Oh, and there's your answer. Kill. Kill Mar. Sorry, the R's did look like an N. It's really hard to read your name on my screen because my Twitch is in night mode and your name is blue. It's really hard to read. Oh. By the way, I don't think you asked Lantis, but since I don't care what you ask, I'm just talking nonsense. I'm playing the Dreamcast version emulated on PC right now. And I'm playing, that's why that's in the hashtag RetroAchievements is in the text because, well, I'm playing with achievements on emulator. Why can't I go? Oh, should have gone in there. That would have led me down there, I think. Ah, whatever. I just want to get one shot by the end boss anyways. I'm pretty sure I cannot survive Grants with 144. And I walked into the wrong direction because I'm a moron. Shit. Oh, and then Kilmar, if you leave, well, I guess thank you for watching, thank you for being here. It was a nice conversation, and I hope you'll have fun, and maybe see you at some point in the future, maybe. What do I normally stream? Let's just say my comfort food. My comfort streams are World of Warcraft, but I basically just randomly stream games. Like usually, well, it usually is the wrong word because it has happened only 3 times so far. But usually if people come back to my stream, or if they have been with me for a while, they can actually choose what I play, at least in a certain, like, certain games. Like, I give them options, like, I don't know, I have, on Xbox alone, I have like 600 or 700 games. I have like 400 or 500 on PlayStation. You can basically choose one of the, or, well, one of them. Yeah. But to answer the question a little bit, like with a little bit more realism, at least for the near future, I will probably play Elden Ring, or I will finally finish Dark Souls 3. Maybe I'll start Bloodborne, or I don't know. Maybe a PlayStation 1 RPG. I really want to play PS1 or PS2 RPGs. But right now, the next, like, 100 hours or so, I will definitely waste on this. Because I have to play through Ultimate with my Hunter. At least once, to get all the achievements. So, you can basically already type in RIP for this character, because all I have to do with my Force and with my, well, the Ranger is play through the missions on normal one. That's all I have to do on those 2 classes. But my Hunter, I will actually, yeah, that will be a little bit harder, because I have to go through Ultimate at least once. And I'm pretty sure that will take at least another 50 to 100 hours. I'm already almost through very hard. I reached the ruins on very hard already. My Hunter is at level 50. But also thank you for the follow. And yeah, I will definitely torture myself with that for the next or foreseeable future. Because to this day, well, to this day is the wrong word, because I have not really played with achievements on RetroAchievements all that much. But I want this to be my first mastered game, so basically I want to have all the achievements. Oh, you know about my renewal? How? Wait, oh wait, I have to read the chat a little bit more precisely. Wait a sec. Oh, and also thanks for the follow, Lantis. And yes, I am playing renewal. If you didn't know, or if both of you did not know, that's one of the things that is bad about this game, like the original. There is 3 less races in this game. You know how in the newer versions every race or whatever, every class has 4 different races? Yeah, in the original it was 3. Like for the hunters, the female robot is missing, or female cast, or whatever they're called. For hunters, it's the female human that's missing. Or no, for rangers, the female human is missing. And for forces, the worst race in the whole game, in my opinion, is missing. The male human is missing, which is, in my opinion, the worst class in the game anyways. But I guess there is probably people that like him. I guess. It's Lantis, since you seem to be quite knowledgeable, can Hugh Newells use all the magic in the newer versions of the game? Because I'm pretty sure Hugh Newells could not use Reverser and a few other things in the in the GameCube version. But in this version, Hugh Newells can use every single magic or techniques or whatever. They can use everything. I'm pretty sure in the GameCube version they could not use Grants and Maggot or Maggot, no Maggot, whatever the instant kill. I'm pretty sure they could not use that in the GameCube version. They could, however, use the debuffs, which the Humar could not use. And they were just, like, they just had more MST and, but I think the only things they could use that Humar could not use was the debuffs. Or am I just stupid? Yeah, okay, I knew it. Hugh Newell could not do that on GameCube. Yeah, thank you for, basically telling me that I'm not insane. The only difference in techniques was, I think the Hugh Newells could use higher levels. And, they could use the debuffs. Like, I don't remember the name. Jelen and Zalur? I think they're called Jelen and Zalur. And that was the only difference. They had more MST, could use the 2 debuffs, and yeah, could use higher levels and had more MST. I'm not an expert, but I think gameplay-wise, Blueburst and what we are talking about are basically the same. Like, there isn't really a difference besides, well, whatever they change on the server and just loot and new content. But the gameplay is basically identical. Like, there isn't even like differences in how the mags function or the thing we were just talking about. Like everybody can still do the same things. Blueburst is basically just an add-on with more content. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Lantis, but I'm pretty sure that's about it. If they didn't change anything on the on the private server, I'm pretty sure it's just more content. Oh, also better performance. You have to get used to the better performance and better visuals. Oh, hit material. Yes, the second best material. Oh, and another thing, and that's, well, actually, Lantis, can you tell me if I'm wrong with this or not? I think the pop-in is not a thing, or not as bad on PC, right? Like, you can actually see the enemy in the back there, right? Look, not like, well, actually, there. The pop-in on the console version is really, really bad, and I was under the impression that the GameCube version is better, but I just tested the GameCube version, damn it, like 2 days ago, and I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's actually the exact same pop-in on GameCube. If you don't know what pop-in is, it's basically stuff that's too far away from you isn't rendered. Like, you basically cannot see things that are further away from you than, I don't know where you're from, but like 20 yards, 20 meters. Yards and meters are basically the same, so, yeah. Like, the pop-in this game is really obnoxious, and I think that is not a thing on PC. Oh, and Lantis already answered. Damn it. Well, that's actually kind of a lie. You just kind of use metric. Lantis, do you... I don't know, I've never seen anybody else playing this game. I don't even know if there's, like, content creators or whatever. But this is a normal thing to do, right? Opening your inventory or whatever all the time. Just so you can dodge stuff, right? So you don't get into the slow walk. I don't have to feel special because I discovered that on my own, right? Everybody does that. I would guess. Oh no! Damn it. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's probably the first trick, in quotes, that you learn in this game or people tell you about. And I'm out of stuff again. Yeah, I did not really play this game since you were not here when you just came in when I was basically or when I was finished with my story about how I played Blue Burst in like 2010 and I basically did not like it. But to be honest, I also have not really played the game since 2006. I got a bad experience with Blue Burst, but that was more because of the community, because of the let's carry everybody through Ultimate instantly when they log on in the server. And yeah, as I said, or as I say right now, I did not like that, and I basically did quit the private server extremely fast because of that, and because of too much XP and too much too many special items dropping. But I also figured all this out on my own, and back in 2006, 7 or 8, I don't really remember when I actually played it the last time. I could just look, take a look on my GameCube, like my memory card, but I will not do that right now. And also, I'm the only person I personally know who ever played through Ultimate. I actually finished Ultimate back in the day on GameCube with a basic bitch humor, and yeah, that's my story. Oh crap! I have to sell stuff. Wait, lock gun +4. Please have good percentages, please, please, please. Yes. Actually, it doesn't matter. I will never play in. Well, I will play against machines again while getting through the missions. Lights. Fuck you. Keep you. Go away. Nope. 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 And no slots. Wait, grinder? Nope, no grinder, but soul thing, I already have them. Whatever. I also played on GameCube. And that's basically the only version I played. Well, I already told you, but I played Blue Burst in 2010 or 11 for a while. But I wasted probably 1,000 hours on the GameCube version, I would guess. I came from there. So since this is probably the way to progress, I'll go back to the beginning for now. I'm basically just trying to get all the experience possible and maybe a few materials before I reach the end boss. Because I think I cannot survive grants from the end boss. I'm pretty sure that deals like almost 200 damage, right? Or maybe even 200. And I have, well, I have 10 light resistance, but that's it. And I'm pretty sure that's not enough. Wait, do I have to attack? Oh, the red ones are the ones that stun the others, right? No! I never really understood how these things work. Or rather, I've never really understood how you stun the others while attacking one. Come on. I'm bad. No! Wow. I'm doing nothing but nonsense right now. Stop. This was the worst room. Like, I'm pretty sure I lost more, or I got hit more often in this room than I got hit by, well, all of the enemies together in Ruins 1 together. Well, you can tell me if I ask you. Thank you. The no backseating is more about, well, ruining it, ruining RPGs. And also, I usually don't even need people to tell me what to do, because I can figure out stuff on my own 99% of the time. I mean, sometimes it's probably really painful to watch, because most of the time I start a game without any knowledge, without any looking up any guides or anything. And I also usually start on the hardest difficulty. And you can probably guess that the amalgamation of all these things is not the best experience for most people. And no, I do not... I would not say that I go through games easily with these basically rule sets for me. Basically, I'm playing super hard mode most of the time. Ooh. Yeah, a problem with that is, though, especially on retro achievements. Like, retro achievements is what is this fan site where you get achievements. Well, this is the, as you can see, this is my final Phantasy Star stuff. A lot of these achievements are basically missable. In this game, they are not. But in a lot of other games, like half of the achievements are missable. And if you basically play the game without any knowledge, you will lose a lot of, or you will not get a lot of these achievements. Like, it's even worse than official achievements in, well, for Xbox or whatever. Xbox or Microsoft and Sony. And I usually do not play a game more than once. Like, you usually can, well, not usually, you can count on like 2 or 3 hands the games I played more than once in my life, or I played through more than once. Ah, shit. And since I'm really addicted to trophies and achievements, that's a dilemma. Like, it makes me really sad if I go through a game like well, not 100%, but if I play through a game and I get like a fifth of the achievements, and I look at the list and there is like, yeah, 80% left. This makes me very sad. Yeah, okay, World of Warcraft's actually pretty much the only game where I do not care about the achievements at all. Even though back in 2009 and 10, when they got introduced for the first time, I actually did care for achievements for a year or so. And I actually almost had all of them. Except the very extremely grindy ones. You probably know, like the blood sale thingy, you know, where you have to get the you know what I'm talking about, like the you have to to do stupid things in Booty Bay and stuff. That was pretty much like one of the 15 or whatever achievements I did not have. Like the Blood Sail Admiral or whatever that's called, I don't remember. But ever since then, like, I did not care anymore. Like, nah, I don't care. Basically, the only achievements I still care about is, I hate this bug. Well, let me finish my other thought. The only achievement I still care about is, like, ahead of the curve. Did the Xbox have achievements? The original? No, the original Xbox did not have achievements. Achievements were introduced with Xbox 360. Yeah, basically in World of Warcraft, the only achievements I still care about is ahead of the curve. And that's it. All the other achievements I don't give a crap about anymore. And, what was... Oh, the bug. Lantis, do you know? I'm pretty sure when I played Blueburst in like 2010, I actually had this bug to me happen there as well, and I think I actually, on the internet somewhere, I found an explanation for this. But you saw the money I just picked up directly in front of me in this one hallway, right? The exact same thing happened 3 times for me on my hunter. But there it wasn't money. It was materials. 3 times. And I think it has something to do with bull claws or with mages. When they drop items weirdly, I think. And at some point they just spawn in these hallways, right? Or am I making that up completely? Or do you just also do not know the answer? Or maybe you didn't even notice the thing, like, when I... Like, down there, I just picked up money in the middle of this hallway down there. And as I said, on my hunter, that happened 3 times with fucking material. Oh, you're correct, these bubbles. Oh yeah, that could have been it. Yeah, that's it. Okay, maybe I'm just really stupid and was actually that. You are right. Oh! Oh shit. Other question, how many times in your life have you been killed by a dropped item? Or do you remember ever being killed by an enemy because you had to press A and you picked up an item instead of, well, attacking? That was actually the first time now since I started playing this game that happened to me. But I do remember that I definitely had that problem happening at least 5 to 10 times in my life before. And I'm also pretty sure I died at least once or twice because of that. That's common? Okay. No. Okay, I just stop. Full claw. Bullshit. No. Oh yeah, the box thing, that's normal. Okay, I have definitely been hit thousands of times because of that. Because you aim on a box. Like that definitely has happened at least hundreds of times to me. Oh, do you know something really embarrassing? It took me until, like, shit, 2 days ago when I finally learned how Del Sabers work. No, it got killed by the laser. But I finally, basically on accident, read how the Del Saber shield actually works. Like that it has 3 charges and that it reloads when you get hit. I did not know that before that. I was always just, yeah, flailing away on them. And basically, yeah. Stop it. God damn it. Wait, I can actually open the doors. I'm so stupid. Yeah, as I said, Kimar, I'm pretty sure at least 90% of the people never played this online. Because nobody had online back then. Maybe the 10 people that had it on Xbox did, or half of them did. Because back then, the Xbox was the only console people even played online with. Like, I don't even know a single person that ever played on online on PlayStation or the GameCube. I don't even know a person besides me that has the add-ons to go online with any of them. Also, the Hunter's license. I mean, you know that you had to play, you had to pay money to go online on this, right? This was, or technically it still is, a subscription game like World of Warcraft. Which was insane back in the days, especially because... Do you know what that timer means down there on the right? Like, that is there, so you can see how long you were online. Because back then, flat rates also weren't really a thing. Like, you had to pay money every minute for your internet. You had to pay money for the fucking Hunter's license every month. It was insanity. Also, nobody had the add-on for the consoles in the first place. Because they also were really expensive and rare. Like, yeah, I would bet a lot of money that at least 90 to 95% of the people back then did never play this game online. There were a lot of hurdles. Yeah, I could not have gotten a credit card even if I wanted to. Like, as a minor in Germany, you cannot get a credit card. Now that I said that, I think that's the same in America, right? At least officially. Or legally. Oh, I just saw it fly over the fucking map. Yeah, I always just did that against Stealth Sabers, like even in melee. If you just stand away on max range, melee max range, you can just stun lock them. Even if they keep on blocking your stuff, but doesn't matter if you don't know how it actually works. You just keep them blocking your stuff. And if they try to do anything, you basically you're just not in range. So that also has worked for me for many, many hours. Even though, as I said, I never understood how they actually work. Shit. I wish I had a shotgun. I'm pretty sure this would go a little bit faster. But I also think it's probably not a good idea to use a shot right now because my hit is not good enough. I would probably miss a lot of shots. Basically what I'm saying is my mag is too shit to actually use a shot. Yeah. God damn it. Stop! Fuck off! Yeah, I don't use magic a lot. I basically, on GameCube, I always just used RAFOye, the fire thing, to AoE stun enemies, or to stagger them, or whatever you want to call it. Also to open boxes. And, yeah. The electric thing just to get enemies off of me machines off of me, also stagger. I never really used ice. And, yeah. Healing. That's it. I mean, I did play my female human force thingy all the way to ultimate. I think I actually cleared forest on ultimate with my mage. I'm pretty sure that was my second highest character with like level 70, I think. Something like that. Yeah. And yeah. But that was basically the only character I ever used magic on, like actually use it for dealing damage. And not just AoE farming enemies in forest with RAFOye and opening fucking boxes. Well, Razonde is also pretty good to open boxes. But I also do remember that on my mage, well, first of all, I played my mage really weirdly. I had these playing cards, you know, these cards that that steal TP from the enemy. I used them like in every second room or so to actually get TP. And that was kind of miserable because hitting these cards was pretty hard. I mean, I had a mag that had basically, if I look at the stats right now, I think that mag had like 100 power. Maybe like 60, 70, 80 mind. And more dex than defense. And that was basically so I could use the cards to get TP back, and also to use Elysium. You know, that bluish saber, magic saber thingy. I mean, it was fun, but I guess it's probably more effective if you go full on MST. You just burn enemies with grants. That's probably more effective. But the way I played, it was fun for me at least. But still, I'm pretty sure when I got into Ultimate, I still killed enemies with like 2 grants. Maybe 3 grants, I don't remember. But it was insane, like even in Ultimate, the enemies just exploded when I attacked them with grants. Yeah. Oh, I almost died. And I'm out of... wait. Fuck you! By the way, Kilmar, if you're still here and you're asking yourself why I'm not using traps. This game does not have traps. Like, the androids do not have traps. Also, I don't have life reg. And I think the elf people, whatever they're called, they also do not have TP reg. Do you cosplay? Or what are you talking about? Wait, Poe Newell. Oh god. Please don't tell me you're doing the shoes. Poe Newell is the female elf thingy, right? Stop it. I hate the shoes. I wish they were not a thing. That's actually the reason why I did not want to play them. Oh god. I thought they would just gangbang. Oh my god, what is going on? I did not have these slowdowns happen to me ever. I mean, I know why it happens, because the effect on the arm is apparently really heavy. But I don't... Oh, I should probably close my Firefox. My Firefox has like 400 tabs open and at least 5 hours YouTube streams on open on it right now. So that's why my frame rate is dying. Oh god. Yeah, I have to close Firefox. No! Shit. No, I attacked too early. Bam! And the level up thingy did not happen. The sound did not play. Oh wait, Firefox is closed. Then I don't really understand what's happening. Why? The heck? Maybe because this is getting too long? I don't know. Let's just test this. You stacked foam sandals? Oh god. Yeah, as I said, I really don't like the shoes. I mean, I also do not like the weird skirt that just looks like a lot of pudge. But I have to say, at least the females look kind of passable. The male ones just look completely ridiculous to me. Really don't like the male ones. And I just realized that I forgot to buy a telepipe and I'm screwed. I can't heal. Oh no, I have to walk through the Ruins 1. Oh. Damn it. I have to backtrack through almost all of Ruins 2 and Ruins 1. Oh. Shit. But hey, I'm glad that you like your cosplay. Well, I guess, or I suppose you like it, or you would have probably not have done it. No, stop. Fuck off. I wish I had some elemental stuff to to actually hit these things. I remember that it has always been fun to confuse these things with traps, because they would just shoot each other. No. The confusion traps are usually pretty useless, but against these enemies, the confusion traps are actually pretty nice, at least in my opinion. Because, as I said, they just shoot each other. They actually hit each other. And they also can kill each other in the invulnerable, or, well, I don't know, the other form probably just bumps up the defense to max level, I don't know. But it's always fun if they just laser each other to death. Yeah, I have to backtrack. I do not have... I don't have anything left to, like, heal. Oh. Okay. I found the exit. Yeah, but still I have to go back. Ah! No, they do not. They do not level up. But it's, as I said, it's just really, like, in my opinion, these are the best enemies to use the confusion on, because they just kill each other, even if you're, like, you can't just run away, and since they are kind of stationary all the time, they just laser each other in the face and kill each other pretty quickly, actually. Which is very different to the melee enemies that just try to attack each other and basically, like, they basically, if you run away from an, well, actually, not actually, I probably do not have to tell you that because you've probably done it yourself a lot of times, but if you confuse a melee enemy that just try to attack another melee enemy that is just following you around while you are fleeing from, like, huge masses of enemies. And so basically, in the end, they do absolutely nothing because they just follow around enemies that are following around you. And in the end, they just don't do anything most of the time. Yeah, to this day, I don't know if the leveling up of the dragon actually does something. I know, I think they get, like, the stats get better, but that's it, right? Nothing else changes, like, they do not get another loot pool or anything like that. I'm pretty sure I could just quit at this point and play my hunter. Because I'm pretty sure, well, I know, or, well, not, no, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure I will not be able to beat the end boss. Well, I guess there's still a whole another floor left. But I will not get a level up. I will not get 3,700 experience in that, or on that last floor. Oh, I forgot there was that one, well, I did not go this way, or this route. Yeah, I will actually, yeah, I will do that next. Wait, what am I doing? Yeah, I forgot. It was a teleporter. But where was it? Was it up here? I think so. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I never... no! I never really played challenge mode, but mostly because on console back in the day, we also didn't really have internet. Well, we kind of had, but also back in the day, the, like, coverage of this game was extremely spotty. Like, finding correct information on what challenge mode does, or, like, on the game in general, was pretty hard to get by. I think I was the only person in my friend group that actually played through challenge mode a few times. But I guess I was not fast. Oh wait, no, I actually think I was fast enough to get an item, I think. But yeah, I think I did it once, and did I get... I think you can get God Hand, right? I think I got God Hand. Oh no, wait, that's another mission where you can get God Hand. It's something with like an ore. You can get... Yeah, that's one of those side quests, like a secret in one of those quests where you have to find ore. I remember that. I got the God Hand from that. I missed even more. GG. And yeah, basically I think I was not fast enough to get anything from challenge mode. And as I said, since the information was so spotty, I never really tried again, because if I remember correctly, like getting through all the levels, or even one, just takes a long ass time. And it just was not fun. Basically what I'm trying to say, I never got anything from challenge mode. And yes, I do know this, that actually you get... I think you can do all the levels in whatever constellation. Like the final time is just like your records basically added together. But yeah. I never got a single item from challenge mode. Yeah, basically same story for me. I think PSO World, or whatever it's called, if it's called, it actually exists. It did already exist back then. Oh no, wait, that was like 2010 or 11 when I played Blue Burst. I think it was just yeah, very shitty information from GameFAQs or whatever that site is called. And yeah, I just did not bother, because half the information was always about Blue Burst, the other one was actually applicable to GameCube, and I had no patience to like waste another, I don't know, 50 hours plus to actually figure out what you can and cannot get on the GameCube, or well, on the GameCube version. Ooh, oh my god. Plus 15%. Gimme, 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 gimme. That means 25%. Did I get behind the waterfall? Now that you said that, I think there was something about a waterfall. I don't know what it means like right now, but yes, I think I did whatever that was back in the day. Oh, wasn't that the mission with the ore? With the ore items? That's the waterfall thing, right? For God Hand and the two other items I forgot. Come on. Can you imagine how fucking insane this would be if it would actually cost money? Like, just imagine the well, this scaling with your item level. I mean, if this game would have been made in China, this would definitely scale with your items. You would pay at least 10,000 every single time you do this right now. Or maybe not 10,000, but a few thousand easily. Yes. 25. Yes, I do wish to equip it. Have you ever had the original Agito? Bye. Bye. You kid? I don't know. Oh, wait, I forgot to do the thing. Oh. And I forgot to... Darn it. Give me my monies. I wish this asshole would start spawning 4-slot armors. For some reason he refuses to give me a 4-slot thing. You just feeding mags? Okay. Wait. I forgot to buy telepipes. Again. Ah. Wasn't sure they were 300 or 350. I just realized that I was too slow and could have... well, I could feed the thing again, and now I'm running away with not a full set of items. So I will probably run out of items in the middle of ruins again. Or at least feeding items. I have no idea how to get there. Oh wait, I do. Right here, I think. Right? Yep. Maybe not. No. Whatever. I'll just go back to Ruins 3. Oh, by the way, the slowdown is gone, so it was definitely the hour-long YouTube stream that killed the frame rate. Even though it wasn't even my Firefox browser, it was Chrome. Which does not have 400 tabs open. It only has 20. Yep. I'm not gonna re-enter all these rooms to find wherever I screwed up. Somehow I did not find the way to open this room. I mean, I know I have to teleport somewhere down there, and that's basically just, well, a teleport-only situation going on down there. But I don't care. There's probably 5 to 10 enemies left, but that will also not get me to level 22 before I reach the end boss. Definitely, yeah, it will definitely not be enough. Oh, by the way, Lantis, I don't know if you knew, but level 100 mechs do not exist in this version of the game. That's another one of those things that's just really bad about this game, or about the Dreamcast version. Like, the Dreamcast version has literally, like, 60% of the content missing. It's kind of grim. Or 60% compared to the GameCube and Xbox version. I mean, it's much worse with Blue Burst, but yeah. Whatever. I can't even remember what episode was like. I do remember that I played through episode 4 once, I think on normal, but I cannot remember anything about episode 4. Because as I said, I just played through it once and I overall had a pretty miserable experience with Blue Burst. Basically because of the private server and the messed up community that was just carrying each other through Ultimate 24/7. And yeah, I just played through episode 4 one single time, I think. Yeah. I think isn't on the Dreamcast isn't the level cap, is the level cap something else? I think it's also 200. Or is it not? Or is it 150? That would actually be really bad. Because that would mean that I would have to farm or grind ultimate even more before I can actually get before I can actually beat the last boss. Stop it. I actually kind of regret that I chose the Hugh Newell for my ultimate, or basically I chose it to clear ultimate with, because as far as I can see, Hugh Newell is just worse than Hugh Mar. Did I say Hugh Newell or Faux Newell? Whatever. The female hunter is just worse than the male one, right? There is no real reason to use magic. I have less HP, and that means that the end boss just one-shots me, well, longer. That means I need more level ups until I finally survive that stupid holy attack. And that gives me kind of a little bit of anxiety. Yes, there is ultimate difficulty. My Hugh Newell is almost through. Well, I said that before, but I'm almost through very hard. I played through mines already, but in this version you can actually not use the pillars on your first visits. So I have to go through very hard forest, mines, and caves again, so I can use those stupid pillars. Uh-oh. Yeah. But after that, yeah, I will probably have to grind for, I don't know, 10 levels or so. So I will probably have to play ruins 2 or 3 times until I finally don't get one-shot by grants anymore. And then the ultimate grind will start. And I do remember that on GameCube I still got one-shot by Grant at level 120 or something like that. And I also do remember that at some point the level ups got really bad, like the stats I got became really, really low. I think at level 130 or something like that, the stats just became abysmal. Oh god. I forgot the charge. Oh yeah, that could be true, Lantis. I never played version 1. I'm literally playing version 2 for the first time, like right now. I started a week ago. And I just realized how fucking incomplete this game is. Like, this feels like a beta. Maybe a late alpha. Like, it does not feel finished at all. If you ever played the later versions. Like, I realized when I looted the Durandal, you know, the special weapon, the saber, and the DB saber and stuff like that, I realized that, oh my god, those are just normals, or originally were just sabers. Like, just the normal sabers with a fucking name. Now I understand why they were, in quotes, randomly, or why in the other games those weapons had, like, more or less randomly assigned stats. And why some of them were just really, really good, and the others were just so much worse. Because of course they are like this, because in this game they're actually just like the red and yellow and blue and whatever saber, and they're basically just tiered like them. That's why some special weapons are just much, 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 much worse than others. you appreciate me playing this? Well, what do you mean? Yeah. Oh no. Oh, why did you just say that? Like, I'm a little bit confused. Was that a... because of something I said? Ah, shit. Well, I kind of have to play the old one. Because, also, as I said before, Dolphin, the GameCube emulator, does not have achievements yet. I would definitely be playing the GameCube version if I could. And if I had to play through Ultimate with all classes, I would have definitely not have even started this one. But the achievements developers were what's the word? They were nice enough to basically require you to only do the normal quests on everybody, or on all classes. You know, you have to do all normal quests on a force, a hunter, and a ranger. But you don't have to go through all the other things with everybody. The rest of the achievements are just once. Like, they are not tied to your class. They're just tied to do them once and you're done. The only thing about the achievement, or the achievements for this game I do not like, is that basically if you do a quest on Ultimate, you do not get the achievement unlocked for normal, hard, or very hard. So you have to do all the quests at least 4 times. Which is a little bit annoying, but I did not have... Well, I was basically too lazy to ask the dev of this set to maybe think about that one more time. I've asked the devs too many times for other things in the past already, so I'll just do this 4 times. Well, I don't really have viewers, so I'm basically just playing it for the heck of it. I mean, I have 1.5 kind of right now, but yeah. I am glad you are enjoying seeing me play bad. As I said, I cannot believe how much harder that is. This is than playing. Well, I can basically play World of Warcraft like on a relatively high level, almost with my eyes closed. But doing this, or doing what I'm doing right now, is actually really hard. Like reading the chat, reminiscing in, oh god, stuff I've done like 15 years ago for the last time. And yeah, playing bad at the same time, or answering your questions all at the same time is not that easy. Oh, by the way, Karma was my mag on my original character. Like, this was my main mag. I remember that. My friend, or the only friend that played for a long time with me, Actually, a friend that owned the copy that we always played on had Rati. And I was always very jealous. He also had Eula and Mila, I think they're called. Like the photon burst that gives you the def and offensive and defensive buff. I did not have that buff, and I just, in quotes, just had Karma. But as far as I know, this is actually one of the best mags that is not a special mag. So in the end, I got lucky, I guess. Like, also, this thing has basically the same effects. It can also, like, resurrect you when you die. It gives you... I think it gives you the exact same buffs. It gives you... It can heal you, I think. When you go really low. It resurrects you. It gives you... Shifter and... Well, the defensive and the offensive buff if you reach a boss room. I think the only thing that's different is that this thing does not buff you when your photon thing reaches 100. I think that's the only difference. Oh no. Well, and since I did not have a guide or anything, I just had random photon bursts. And I definitely, because of that, I definitely did not have Mila and Eula, which are awesome. I had the invincibility buff. I had the dragon that goes around in a circle, and I had the deer, the single target thingy. I only had the invincibility thing because I think at some point that mag had more MST than something else. And, yeah. I think that was the reason. My mag had like, I don't know, like 80 MST or something like that. Because I actually used my magic a little bit. And, yeah. I don't know. It was okay. Could have been better, but... yeah. No guides. Just blind and weird things. Whatever. Ooh, polish. That's the red one, right? Why did that one drop already? Oh my god, that's the red one. Oh, and I also remembered I actually also did have a polish on my hunter this early. Yeah, you get busters or whatever they call the swords really early. I would like to have a better sniper though. Like, that would be much better. No. They're out of soul atomizers again. I never liked that about these, about the green lady. Why do they not fix the fluid, like the healing items and, well, the stuff down here? Like, why? I do not understand. Like, it makes sense that the techniques, or what are they actually called? Yeah, techniques, magic, whatever, that these are randomized, but why are the items randomized? I always hated that. And I will never not hate that. Oh no, you do not have to quiet down. You can write, well, the problem is you can't really ask me anything. You know a lot more than me, that's actually a problem. But yeah, just write things. Ask me stuff if you're interested. Deposit. Deposit. Bye. Oh, that's nice to hear. Yeah, that would have been one of the things I would have fixed or changed as well, like instantly. The second I have opened, or I would open a private server, I would fix these stupid healing items. Because it's so ridiculous that sometimes you don't see a... Whatever I actually, like, how do people pronounce that in English? Dimate and trimate? Monomate, I guess. Like these things. Like, it's so stupid that they are not fixed. Like, sometimes you go for an hour without seeing even tier 2 healing items. Like, what the fuck? You're running through ultimate for an hour without getting basically a high potion or whatever. No, wait, what are they called in Final Fantasy? Yeah, high potion. You're running through the hard mode of the game for an hour without being able to buy a fucking tier 2 healing item. Like, what the fuck? Who designed this? Yeah, these are actually one of the few items that I have I tend to pronounce like I did in the past, or to pronounce them really, really German, because it just sounds so much better to me. This is a D-Mate. Trimate and D-Mate. I know it sounds weird, probably extremely weird, but it just sounds so much better to me. Monomate. No! Monomate, D-Mate, and Trimate. Monofluid, D-fluid, difluid, tri or tree fluid, whatever. These things. I can hear the mocking of my pronunciation, but I cannot see it in the chat. See? Die Mate. It's right there. Oh god. Wait, you're from Canada, right? So, do you have experience with French? Or you're not near, or you're not a Quebecian, like, at all? Like, do you live far away from them French toasts? No! Ah, easy. Oh, fuck. Oh god. That was the wrong one. Like, that was basically box, whatever you called it, aiming at boxes. I just aimed at the wrong one. So is there any content creators for this game or for Phantasy Star? I guess there's probably for Phantasy Star 2, right? But yeah, Phantasy Star Online 2, there's definitely at least some Asian creators. I can't imagine that there isn't. Dang it. Your French is terrible? Well, mine is as well. I don't really, like, I do understand a very, very small amount of French, but if you live in Europe, you basically speak all the European languages, at least a little bit. Like, you can at least translate a few sentences, like, just due to, like, hearing stuff, and the languages by themselves are relatively, well, not the same, but they are literally brothers and sisters, so a few things you will definitely be able to understand. But basically what I'm trying to say is I never learned French in school, so yeah, I also don't speak it. Dang it. Oh, I'm so bad. I mean, my French is at least a little bit better than probably most of the people that do some cringy joke in an American sitcom or something like that. Like, I actually do understand what they say in most of these one-liners. Like, I do know what une baguette means. Fromage. Stuff like that. Like, very, very simple sentences I can understand. Or, well, a lot of stuff. Just, you can actually, like, you probably don't know about that, but when you speak German and you speak English, you actually have, like, a very good palette of being able to understand at least a little bit of most other European languages. Yeah, just because they are two different ways the languages evolved. Like, basically polar opposites of the language tree. Yeah, actually, if I would be in the right, well, I don't know how much you know about Germany, but Germany is basically like the country is like the US. Like we have 16 states. And if I would be a little bit more west, like if I would live like one state more in the west, I would actually live right next to France. But I do not, so yeah. I don't have contact with French people like at all. But I could be in France in like 2 hours with a car easily. Actually, 2 hours is a little bit long. Like if I would drive really fast, I would be there in an hour. And no traffic. Maybe 1.5 hours. Stop. Well, I find it's nice that in the last like 10-15 years Germany actually has gotten a better rep. Like before that, most people did not like German at all. But since the internet and stuff, people actually started liking it more because they kind of learned that it's not just weird people shouting at soldiers in like or 70 years ago, or weird sentences that an Austrian uttered in Predator or something like that. Like my English right now is not that good. I know that because I'm slurring a lot. But the problem is right now I had like stuff happen to me. Like I'm basically missing a lot of teeth right now. That's why I sound so fucked up. I will get that fixed in the future, but I'm basically asking you to believe me that my English was a lot better in the past. Right now it's just hard to speak at all. Like I'm missing like almost 10 teeth. And yeah. I can sound, or I theoretically I can sound a lot more sophisticated than I do right now. Or less physically handicapped. Ah! And if a person speaks German like a normal German person and not like fucking Hitler in his rants, German sounds completely different, and it does not sound harsh at all. Like that's the tone. Like all these memes about, yeah, you probably know the butterfly meme, like German Schmetterling. Like German does not sound harsh at all if you don't fuck it up so bad. But it can, yes, it can definitely. Do something. Oh, I miss my what? I miss my traps so bad. Like every single time I see these things, I wish I was playing the GameCube version. Like these enemies are so fucked up if you can't do anything except hope that they kill each other, kind of. Okay, so I think I was right? If I attack the red one, the other ones, or they get stunned. Yeah, okay, I was correct. Wait, we changed color. What the fuck? They tricked me. Where is it? There. Die! Die, bitch. Oh no! Oh crap. Yeah, I have a little bit of like problems remembering words sometimes, but that's actually not an English problem. Like I have that in German as well. It's not as bad in German, but I always had that since I was in puberty. And yeah, it's annoying. Like sometimes I do not remember the word tomato or stuff like that. Like that actually happens a lot. Like at least once every like 30 minutes or something like that. And I tend to sound like a college girl or whatever sometimes, especially in English, because I use stupid phrases. I really don't like that. But I would be able to like prevent that from happening a lot more if I would be speaking more, but since I do not have a lot of viewers, I usually sit here for like 48 hours sometimes without anybody showing up. And since basically the only people I have contact with are people on the internet, that does not help keeping my conversation apparatus going. It's just let me phrase it like that. Shit. A red plant? Rose? No, that's a flower. Yeah, I know that wasn't really a question, but yeah, exactly. I actually heard from a lot, from some people that are dual or trilingual or whatever, that speak a lot of languages, they actually have the exact same problem sometimes. Just today I actually saw a YouTube short about that, like randomly enough. But that has been like that for me ever since as I said, since I was in puberty. So it's not, at least for me, it's not a like multilingual thing. Like that happened before I really spoke English very good or decent. Like that definitely was fucked up development in my brain when I grew hair or balls on my head. When I grew hair on my balls, something did not go the way it was supposed to, I guess. Oh, plant red one. Did you mean because I did not remember tomato because I said that? Did you actually mean tomato? Because the German talking me is talking in me. Those are not plants. Also not veggies. Tomatoes are fruit. Oh yeah, I just read the one that you eat. Yeah, you definitely you were a You also were talking about what I said about the tomato. Well, I guess no, I was wrong. Of course, they are also planned. I'm just stupid, sorry. Of course, they are planned, yes. I was trying to sound intelligent, but I did not. I just owned myself. I admit that. But still, don't call them veggies. They are not. Oh god. No! That's the other thing that's even worse, and I know that I'm correct about that. Do not call mushrooms a plant. They are not. They are something completely different. Mushrooms are mushrooms. They are another kind of organism. They're not plants and they're not animals. They are just weird. Very, very weird. Also, did you know in Germany, grass Pokemon are not called grass? They are called plants. Like, they are called plant type, not grass. Because grass is fucking stupid. Well, they're also not called grass. They are called Pflanze. The German word is Pflanze. But it's plant. Yeah, I've always, like, ever since the mid-90s, or, well, late 90s, since I've had the first Pokemon cards in my hand, that somebody somehow got from, well, somewhere that wasn't German, like, basically the first time I saw an English Bulbasaur, I was like, why the fuck is this thing called grass type? Or why is it grass type? Like, why is it not planned? Like, what the fuck is going on? This is so stupid. Like, Oddish is pretty much the only grass-type Pokemon I can actually think of right now. I mean, of course, you can't always get the things perfect if you just do a broad, like, typing, stuff like that. But why grass? It's just so nonsensical. So nonsensical. It all basically what I'm trying to say. This has like triggered me since the late 90s. I already had a Palish, right? Yeah, the red one. Yeah. I'll keep this. 1, 2, 99, 2, 10. Bye. Another mind Why? Why do mind materials keep dropping? That's the second one. I can't use them, I can't trade them because I can't go online, and this game version does not have local multiplayer. These materials just make me angry. Why? Please stop dropping. Ah. Yes, they change in pretty much every language. There is just a handful of Pokemon that do not change. Yeah. There's just a handful of Pokemon that don't change in any language. Like Mewtwo is one of them. Mewtwo, Mew, Pikachu or Pikachu. I think Raichu as well. And there is just like, I think a few of the other legendaries also don't change. But like 99% of the others do change. And do we have pun Pokemon? Yes, definitely. I would actually need to look them up right now. Like Relaxo is Snorlax. Like you probably can understand what Relaxo means, right? Relaxo. It's basically just relaxing instead of snoring. But I would definitely have to look at the names right now to be able to notice or to remember which one of the names is actually a pun and which aren't. Basically, doing a fourth or fifth thing right now while playing and having a conversation is not does not make it easier, or makes all of it even worse. But since you posted the cat, I think Centred. I'm trying to think what Centred was in German, because oh no, wait, it's Visenio. No, that's actually not a pun. I will actually look the German names up right now and find at least one pun name. Wait. Oh no, wait, I actually don't know the names of the newest generation. I was just like, oh wait, the pork one has a fun name, but then I realized, oh god, that was the English name. What was it called? Chonkster or something like that? Chonk something. Oh god, I'm not allowed to look at this generation. I still haven't played through the game. So I basically don't know half the new Pokemon. Where are the Hisui is, that's Pokemon Arceus, right? Yeah. I have not looked at that. I don't know these Pokemon. I just saw the Eagle one. That's bad enough already because I did not know that existed. Kanto. Where's Kanto? Galar, Alola. Oh wait, those are only the special ones, right? Yeah. There. Well, these are puns in German as well. Arbok and Rettan. Or, well, in English it's, what was it? Snake, Akens. In German it's Natter, Rettan. That is a pun. But I actually want to find. I want to find an actual fun one or a funny one right now. Oh, ours is not called Alakazam. Our Alakazam is not called Alakazam. Oh, Kleinstein. That just means okay, I consider this my pun Pokemon, Kleinstein, which just means small stone. Oh yes, Akani. Arcanine. Okay. Oh, I just realized that K9, RK9. Oh my god. It took me over 20 years to realize that. Oh my god. Yeah, but I consider this to me by my pun pick. As I said, Klein just means small, and Stein means stone. And yes, it's called Stein. It's not called Stein, and Einstein is also not called Einstein, it's Einstein. My rant is over. But yeah. But I'll show you the as I said there, Mewtwo and Mew are always the same. Like, yes, the German one is written differently, but it's still just Mewtwo. Yeah. Whatever. Now you know that Geodude is called Klein or Small Stone in German. Kleinstein. Yeah, Georock just means, well, you can translate that yourself, I guess. It's basically English words. Or Georock. That would be more English, but German Georock. I need my monies. Did on Ephenia, did they fix the soul and moon atomizers? Are they also fixed? Can you always buy them? Because these two not being, or it's always so. Again, let me start again. Not being able to buy these two actually makes me much more angry than the healing and like the HP and mana items, because I always need them to feed to my mags, like pretty much always, and they're never there. It's so much more annoying than not being able to buy Dimate and Trimate and whatever. Also star atomizers, but star atomizers are actually like, yeah, who cares? I mean, they're nice to have to act when you're actually playing in a group, but who cares in a normal, like when you're playing solo? They're not good feeding items. Oh, I'm already starting to get sad because I know that Dark Falls will just one-shot me. And I have already cleared forest. No, wait. I actually did. I did quit out after I unlocked ruins. So I can actually go back through the other, well, through mines and cave. And maybe get 2 or 3 more levels before I try to not get one-shot by the end boss again. Before I have to actually close the game and do ruins a second time. Which I definitely don't want to. And I just realized that I miscalculated. Why did I... Whatever. Oh, that's nice to hear. That the atomizers are also considered normal items. It's so sad that they are not in this game. Or like necessary items that are necessary at all times, whatever. So sad that you have to wait for the random proc. I don't know how much it is, that's the problem. I know that it's a lot, and he also did one-shot my Hunul at level 21, I think. I think I reached him at level 21, and he did one-shot me. But I also did not have the 10 light resistance I have right now. Wait. There. I have 10 light resistance. That's actually why I bought this this armor, because it has 10. So I guess I can survive it, question mark? I don't know. I hope so. Oh, hi, Falling Ferret. And, welcome to my stream, I guess. I'm pretty sure you're new. Man, no, you don't have to look it up, thank you. I will just cry when he just does his thing, or it does its thing, and I'll... First of all, I actually have to get there. Because I also don't have a lot of ice... Well, actually, I do have a lot of ice resistance. But I will probably cry before I even get there once or twice. Because I'll just die to the stupid ice blizzard thingy. Because I've always brute forced my way through phase 1 because I do not know how to not get hit by the ice. I think you can outrange him. I think, I'm not sure. But I'm too fucking stubborn and I'll just shoot at that thing until it's dead. And I just ignore the ice. Did I say failing ferret or falling ferret? I'm sorry if I said the wrong one. But I like both names. Also, I like sausage rats. Which are basically ferrets. Ferrets are sausage rats. Sausage rats. Oh no. Ah. Oh, and basically, if you want entertainment, you have to ask me things. I don't know what to talk about anymore. I've been talking to Lantis for the last hour, question mark? Right now I'm a little bit lost. I don't know what to talk about anymore. I can tell you, like, I would basically just talk about the same things again I was just talking with Lantis about, so I don't know, that's probably also a little bit awkward. But basically, I'm not a pro or anything. I don't know a whole lot about the game. So if you search for weird niche answers for some questions, Lantis can probably help you, but I certainly cannot. I played through the game on Ultimate in 2005, 6, 7, and that's about it. I played a little bit of Blue Burst in 2010 or 11. Had a very shitty experience, but not because the game was bad. That had to do with the community and some weird things on the server. And now you basically know the short version of my history with this game. Very, very short version. Well, I did not mean the Dreamcast version in particular. I'm talking about, well, basically all of the PSO versions. Yay, evade material, which is not so good on this character, but yeah, better than nothing, I guess. Evade material is the worst material for this character, right? Wait. Yeah, I'm pretty sure evade is by far the worst stat. Or at least in my opinion, it's the worst stat. Wait. Oh. Hi, friend. Oh! What the fuck? I was looking at the map and I was like, what the fuck? Why is there an enemy in there? And, that's why I was just walking into the wall. And then my brain just kind of lagged out when I saw what was actually in the wall and what was walking into, basically into my face. My brain could definitely not handle the information it got by my eyes. I was out of RAM. What the heck? Is that normal? Do they just go through this thing? Oh no. No, stop. Whoa, I almost died. So, Falling Parrot, do you have any questions, or did you already click away because it's too boring? We're just waiting for me to start crying because I get one shot by Dark Falls? It's Dark Falls, right? Oh, Railgun. What? Wait. Oh. Oh. What the fuck? 40% against natives. This is definitely an American brand weapon. Still watching? And first of all, thank you for being here. I hope it's not that horrible of a stream. And yeah, enjoy seeing me die against Dark Falls in a minute. What do I do? I already did my introduction, right? Yeah. Oh, by the way, I'm playing the Dreamcast version emulated right now. Well, offline. If that was a question you had, because I'm basically playing. I don't know if you know what that is, but I'm using RetroAchievements. That's basically like on Steam or Xbox or PlayStation, where you can get achievements. And yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. This will be my first game that I will actually master. So I will try to, or I will not try, I will get all of the achievements. And that's also the reason why this character is basically almost dead. Like, I will not play this character for a lot longer. I have nothing to do. Well, with my force and with my ranger, the only things I have to do is on normal get all 3 pillars, like touch all 3 pillars, and do all of the missions once. But my Hunuel, my hunter, will be my character that I have to go through ultimate. And yeah, that will be a nightmare, I guess. And that will be the thing I'm about, or I will be doing over the next few days or weeks. That's a nice item, but I can't even use it yet. Give me a 4-slot armor for fuck's sake, you ass. At level 40, around level 40, where my hunter is, this dude just throws 4-slot items at me. Like every third, fourth, fifth time I go to this dude, he just has a 4-slot item. But he just refuses to give this character one, which makes me very sad. Oh, that's a shitty sniper. Resist dark. Yeah, no. Soul Atomizer. Oh. Wait. Oh, wait, it's 50. Almost, well, 40. 38. 38 weaker, which means, yeah, no, this thing is still a lot better against Dark. Okay, dexterity, I think it was antidote, right? Or antidote. Yeah. I'll push that for a while. Okay, let's go. No, wait, not with the railgun. Oh, please survive, Grants. Please. Hi, Mr. Snake. Whatever. Oh god. Ah! Oh god. I think that dealt, percentage-wise, that dealt more damage than than the boss dealt to my Hugh Newell. So that could mean that I will not survive the holy thing. Oh, but I deal a lot more damage than I did with my Hunewell. Like the fight with my hunter took me way longer, probably like 3 times the amount of, well, time. But that does not help if this asshole just one-shots me in phase 3. Crap. What is going on? Stop moving! is just trolling me. It just wants me to start believing in that I can actually survive this, and then I will not, and I will be very sad. Oh! I survived that one, but I don't know if this one is stronger or the other one. Or do they deal the same amount of damage? Because Falling Ferret said something about 130 and that dealt exactly 130. I don't know what the actual grants actually deals. Like the thing you also, well, you as a player can use. I don't know if that deals less or more damage. Damn it. Stop it. You are not allowed. You are no allow. No! Please just die. I'm wasting too much healing, too many healing items. Oh god. Oh wait, I totally forgot the last phase 3 does not exist on normal. I completely forgot about that. But hey, you saw the achievement. Or that was the first achievement you saw pop up. Even though right now it's a little bit buggy, like the sound did not play. I have to look into why that doesn't work anymore. But yeah, whatever. You probably don't even care about the achievement, so why would you care about that? It's just that I'm triggered about the fact that the pop-up sound is not there anymore. Also, the boss didn't drop an item. Because why would it? That would be too nice. Oh god, no. Wrong item. Antidote. Bye. What? Oh. I gotta go for a minute. Well, I'll go for a minute, or be AFK for a minute and take a whiz. Bye-bye. And I'm back. By the way, fun fact. When I saw this for the first time, like this screen, or rather these photos in quotes, a few days ago, this became one of those optical illusions or tricks or whatever you want to call it that will never be unruined for me again. Because I just realized, oh, the way they did that was to put your 3D character in front or in the middle of 2D images, and that's how they gave your character the items or slash the mag you have, which gets ruined because I'm playing emulated and I bumped up the 3D model's resolution, but that doesn't bump up the 2D stuff. That's why the 3D model of your character just does not look quite right in front of the 2D pictures. And now I probably have ruined that for maybe you also. Soon the dawn will come again? Well... Wait. I'm confused. What do you mean? Oh wait, is that what she says? I never really listened to the lyrics. I tend to not to listen to lyrics. I mean, I love that song, but you just have to believe me when I say that. Like, sometimes in my life I listen to music like for decades, but I never listened to the actual lyrics. And not only in English, like also in German. Like, there's a lot, like there's a boatload of songs I can actually even sing with. Like in my subconscious, I know the lyrics, but I never ever like thought about them. Like, I literally do not know what I'm actually singing for a lot of songs. Even though I as I said, subconsciously I know the lyrics, but I never thought about them. No, I don't think so. That's not about the GameCube version. The Ultimate version has lyrics. You have to play through Ultimate to get the actual lyrics. Also, the credits are just are different a little bit. I think there's you can actually see. I think it's Flowen and Red Ring Rico. In version 1, I think it's Rico. In version 2, it's Flowen, right? Question mark? I don't remember. Okay, what do I do now? I don't want to do missions. I also don't really want to play my Force, because playing Forced without a mag, with shitty gear, on normal, like very early, is a little bit strenuous to describe lightly how I feel about that. Like, I'm basically bonking the enemies with my green cane to death half the time. Also without money, if you can't afford, or the stupid mana items are not in the shop, and you literally cannot buy the items you need. It's just, oh, it's so awful. So awful. So I guess I play my hunter. I guess. But that all, yeah, oh, what do you want me to do? Go through very hard with my hunter? Or do you want to see me suffer through missions with my ranger? Oh god, they're so boring. The missions are so boring. Also, I don't remember all the places. Like, I'm literally, like, oh, I just remembered. In the missions, you actually have to find items all the time. Like these shimmering items on the ground, and I've forgotten all of the places. Oh, oh god. You heard me, right? Yeah. Oh, were you AFK when I asked you, like, what do you want? Like, do you want to see me suffer through normal missions, or do you want to see me do weird things and very hard with my hunter? And no, I don't give you the option to play my force, because I really don't want to bonk enemies with my green cane right now. Can you hear me, right? Should. Yeah, you can. What do you mean my characters are cute? Well, I also like her, but in my opinion, she's just worse, sadly enough. Like, Hunewell is just worse than Humar. There is no real reason to play Hunewell, except you want to suffer more in Ultimate. The only reason to play her, or to play them, is to grind more to not get one-shot by Grants on Ultimate. Welcome back, Kilmar. But still, I have not gotten an answer. What do you want me to do? Suffer through... Oh, okay, I give... okay, I give in. Do you want me to see... Do you want to see me suffer through normal by bonking enemies with my green cane? Do you want to see me suffer through missions with her? Or do you want to see me do weird things with her on very hard? Okay. Then, okay, I don't know if Ferret is still here, but, for everybody that is still here, I will restart the stream. Because, I don't want to, edit them later. I don't want to, mix the different characters in one stream, so I will restart the stream, and I'll be back in a minute. Yeah. See you in a minute, I guess, maybe. Bye-bye. Yeah.